The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Oh, this is a good one. Just the misses. You're right. Yeah, people ask about this, like the attack on just even, feels like, white people in general in this country. Because you're right. If you don't check that box, you're white, heterosexual, it's like it's over. Even if you're a woman, it's like that doesn't even matter that much anymore, right? But this question, a decent Bloomberg article was bragging. Yeah, they were bragging about hiring only 6% of white people, effectively praising anti-white discrimination. Yeah, that was going on. I think that was at the S&P, the S&P, right? It was like of like 300,000 or 600,000 jobs in the S&P 500. I saw that stat. I didn't read the full article because I was just like, it's just over. But like 6% of the people hired out of 500,000 people, whatever it was, a huge number were white. I was like, in a sample size of like 350 million, this is basic statistics and probability, right? In a sample size of 350 million, like, white people don't magically go from being like 70% of the population to only being worthy of 6% of the jobs. It's not how it works, okay? White people didn't magically just start underperforming to the tune of being 6% of the people hired at the S&P. Diversity, equity, inclusion, being able to check that, virtue signaling, to be able to say how wonderful we are that we did this. We got to start fighting back. You think that S&P stat, you think that's a coincidence? It's not like it was 12 people hired. It just happened to find some guys that were outliers. This was like hundreds of thousands of people. Only 6% were white. Only 6%. It's 70% of the population, but minor details. Will President Trump talk about publicly the anti-whiteism in our country? Thank you in advance, sir, for reading my question. Just the misses. Listen, I think we talk about it every day. It's sort of, it's a fact. You see that, I keep hearing about, how white men are the most privileged people. It's straight white men. It's like, really? Like, they have like the highest suicide rate. They're,
a Trump supporter and you're just like, I like Trump, and you get a flag and you're a fucking loser. You have got to change the concepts you use that discuss our victimization. You have got to get out in the world and contend with the anti-whites who are destroying Western civilization. You've got to dump this old, superannuated, broken, used up white idea that there's going to be some sort of golden lion that is going to appear and do it all for us. Stop being such a lazy bitch. I think a lot of people learn this. Well, they learn it in the movies, they learn it in the storybooks, they learn it from stories handed down. They learn it at church, where you're always told, just get on your knees and pray. Just get on your knees and pray. God hates you. If you get on your knees and you pray, and that's what you do, he hates you. That's why your country looks like this. He hates you. Stand up and fight for what is yours. Fight for our inheritance. And then you'll suddenly discover the sky crack open. That's how God works.
Anti-white. Anti-whiteism. Anti-white narrative. Western kind. White erasure. You teach those 5 to the whole population of the West, to half the population of Western kind, and we will have our destiny in our hands again.
The real leadership has to just keep saying to the masses, if you are going to keep making the wrong decision, well, we'll just keep plucking these people out of the equation. Because I'm not going down with your ship. I'm not going to go to the bottom and be with all of the dead sailors under the seas, fathoms under the sleeves under the seas. I'm not going down with you idiots. At some point, raw, real, angry, masculine, and extremely high IQ white men need to be in charge of this. Not little girls, not half Mexicans, not half Jews, not married to Jews, not all of this other garbage of so-called leadership for white people that spend their days hating on non-white races or pretending like white people aren't being attacked. No, we don't want that anymore. We want real, white, masculine, brilliant leadership that says enough is enough when it comes to victimizing our people. Not another step, not another inch, because if you do, you're gonna bleed, mother. You are going to bleed.
yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boy, you look with a cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Beat in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring to their knees. Places there to see. Just like a wind, spread into the streets. Time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip cards into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. That is your chance to be ruthless.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared I walk a straight path. Not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, 'cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
That is the determination that moves mountains and changes destinies. Feature stories today: the Iranian president helicopter taken down, Toni Morrison says whites aren't human, and a few other interesting tidbits that we will be sharing story-wise. The Go Free lesson of the day is going to be focused on a people being a shared well-being. Your comments, calls, questions, and Twitter space. And then there is this. 2 cowboys rode up to an Indian who was lying on his belly in the middle of the dirt road with his ear to the ground. The older cowboy turned to the younger one and said, "You see that? Indians are so amazing. They can just put their ears to the ground and hear what's coming from miles off." The Indian weakly lifted his head and said, "A full wagon, drawn by a single horse, 2 passengers, and a dog, a collie." The Indian dropped his head back down and continued, "Heading east, about 3 miles away." The young cowboy exclaimed, "That's amazing!" And the Indian replied, "Yeah, but half an hour ago they ran me over." They are amazing. I tell you, they're amazing. We are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is another glorious Sunday evening, Monday morning, 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And you are so very lucky to be here with Team White Wellbeing, changing the world, recapturing our destiny, even as all of the haters, they clutch, they pull, they try to pull down back into the swine pit where they reside. They do all they can. Angry, old, bitter women, pulling down, and simping guys. And they're pulling and they're straining at with all the little muscle they have, the muscle of little 9-year-old girl, well, maybe 7-year-old girls. They're like pulling, they can't stop us, ladies and gentlemen. We're going free, and we're going to continue doing so. You, over the course of this glorious gathering, 4.5 hours of empowerment to you and the recapture of our destiny. Look at that. I'm even going to elevate myself for the purpose of the conversation. The Leviathanic victories that we continue, the inimitable victories that we continue to have in service to white well-being. So very lucky, every single one of us, for each other, a team extraordinaire, non-pareil, in service to white well-being. The adults in the room, they have aligned, they are in lockstep. As power is wont to demand, ladies and gentlemen, you may financially gift over the course of this gathering at Rumble. Please don't do more than $1 there, as they take 40%. You may financially gift in funny little cryptocurrency at D Live, and also cryptocurrency at Odyssey. Monitors off to my left over here, your right. Cash dollars also at Odyssey, off to my right, your left. Monitors. We have Cash App is up and running. And we also have Subscribe Star is up and running. Great to see everybody here in service to white well-being. Please give a like, give a share. The anti-whites, they silence those who are like ourselves. It's inevitable, it's obvious, who have something actual and powerful to say in service to white well-being. Anti-whites of power do that. Anti-whites of no consequence whatsoever will silence villains who they are easily adept and trained to identify in the real world. Of course, that's not us. And then the powerful anti-whites will override the less powerful anti-whites to magnify the popularity of those who play the villain and instantiate their villain from their fiction in the real world in order to control and own the opposition to them. So you see, we faced quite a few challenges, and yet we continue to have all of these success, big salutes, successes, big salutes. We're going to be talking about I ran, and why did I run? But to talk to you about, it's a dad joke, to talk to you about Iran and what happened with their president earlier today. This Sunday, he's dead. Foreign minister is dead. That's not being reported anywhere. That's my hunch. That's my feeling at the moment. They're dead. There might be a couple of survivors, but my hunch is dead. And but we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Nonetheless, their helicopter has gone down, and I'll be talking about it in just a moment. But before we do that, I want to talk about this, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at this guy right here. We're going to go ahead and bring this up on the screen. This person said on Twitter, I sent 1,000 euros to a young man in this video using the GoFundMe below. He lost his job today after refusing to continue building what he referred to here as a migrant center. And of course, we know that is an intruder center, a white erasure center, an anti-white center. This says he is a young father and had every reason to tell himself, I need the cash. Instead, he took an enormous risk to stand with his people. It's critical we let workers, police, and politicians know we have their backs, writes this Twitter account. Let's hear what is said.
Please contact us.
Salute!
Please.
Yeah, he's home.
He's standing with us. Well done. If anyone can give this fella a job, please contact us.
How epic is that? I want to say, though, I want to make clear that we need to control the entities. We don't need to abandon them. Now, of course, he's not in a position to control what that workforce is going to do. And if he has a job lined up or something, I mean, if you're going to step out on principle, make sure that you have a safety net, especially if you're taking care of a spouse and children. Make sure you have a safety net. Don't just walk away on the point of principle. But if you have power, if you are in a position of power, do not say that you're quitting or retiring or etc. on principle. That's what dumb white people do. And we have to stop being dumb. We need to undermine. We need to take control. We need to steer into the ground where we can't take control of organizations, of entities, of departments, in government, in private sector, etc. We need to use the power that we hold. If you are in a position of power, you need to bring others who are seeking white well-being into those positions with you. Hire as many as you possibly can. We have to start hiring each other. We have to start taking care of each other the way that every other race does on planet Earth. The number one data over the years I've looked at, the number one racial group hiring black people is black people, percentage-wise. The number one for Jews is Jews, Hispanics is Hispanics, Asians is Asians. And you see that in the real world. You go out to these different places where suddenly the ownership changes. It's Indian, and then all the employees are Indian, and no white people can get a job there. And that's the reality. So if you're going to walk away, big salute to this young man. But I hope he already had something lined up so that he could, on principle, step away from the building of the White Erasure Center, of the Anti-Whiteism Center, of the Anti-Whiteism militaristic camp for the white erasure of our people in our lovely countries. God bless him. Big salute. Big salute to that guy. Let's go ahead and we'll talk now about Iran. Really don't care largely, but I know that a lot of people are interested in what's happening over in that part of the world, and it is news and people are talking about it everywhere. Perhaps you're talking about my suit of armor that is accessible right through my closet doors. Hardcore nepotism, says Samuski. That's exactly what we have to do. Hardcore nepotism. Hire only our people and only those who are going free, only those who are white sympathetic and they can be brought around to service to white well-being. Hire and promote only those individuals. We take over entities in which we hold power. We don't abandon them. We don't abandon the nerve centers. This is one of these things that has come down to us with this inertia, this inheritance, that if something is going on in an entity that you don't like, well, you resign in protest. Well, you hand the reins over to somebody else who will continue being anti-white and will inflict the anti-whiteism on society. No, you're the bottleneck. You're the place where it's got to stop. You're the person that hears, oh, I have to be anti-white here. Well, how can I bring in more people that are like me and who are going to resist and fight back and undermine this anti-whiteism? That is what you need to do. That's the reality. And you can stand up with this lexicon, with these dialectics, powerfully, morally, in your places of employment, in your places of appointment, whatever it might be. You can stand up with these strategies, the Go Free stratagem that works for thousands, been working for thousands. Why won't it work for you? You can stand up there and you can bring in more people. It doesn't have to be a secret. You don't have to hide your power level like the dissident right. Hide your power level. And then once 80 years go by and we're able to sneak another 2 or 3 who are hiding their power levels, go off. That's never going to work. Never has worked. It's asinine. It's just an excuse to do nothing. You stand up here like a man and woman of the West and you tell it like it is. It is immoral to be anti-white, and we will continue to say so, and we will hire people, we will promote people, we will appoint people who are going to be moral and object to the evil of this day. So what is going on in Iran? Earlier today, the president of Iran, who is also known as the butcher of Tehran, because he is a hardliner. His foreign minister, we'll see, maybe an article they have that guy's name, but the president is Ibrahim Raisi, I think is what it is, and hardliner in Iran, Ibrahim Raisi, and they've been over the years consolidating power. Now, as president of Iran, he's largely a figurehead, but this particular figurehead has been in the process of being groomed by Ali Khamenei, something like that, the supreme leader. This guy's being groomed to be the supreme leader, or he was, until he was dead, until he was unalived on a trip back from Azerbaijan. And this is in the east of Iran, where they had flown over, I believe, in American-made helicopters. In other words, white people. Anyhow, he had flown over because to meet with the president of Azerbaijan, because they have some sort of a joint project of some dam works. And by that, I don't mean works that are objectionable, but an actual dam, I believe. And they had flown over to talk about this. Now, there's a bunch of intrigue in Azerbaijan and between the countries. There's a détente between the countries. They have some animosity, but largely this rapprochement, they are working together and they're looking forward to brighter and bigger futures together. And he was on his way back, Raisi, from this meeting. There were 3 helicopters, and one of them, the one with Raisi and his foreign minister, ended up crashing. And they're calling it a hard landing. And that is a very nice way to say it exploded in a fireball in the mountains. Maybe not, though. Maybe not. We'll find out. I'm going to go ahead and pause here and say that this was an assassination, in my opinion. There isn't any evidence of that, but I'm feeling that it was an assassination. The Iranians, because they are so backward, and they are now asking the world, even the European Union, they began asking for help, for satellite help, to find the helicopter, like the helicopter that is ferrying the president, who, as I say, is largely a figurehead, but nonetheless, this particular butcher of Tehran was being groomed to be the next supreme leader. The Ali Khamenei, whatever his name is, he is his late 80s, and he has a heart condition. He's not going to be around forever. This is like the dictator of Iran. And the authority in Iran is undergirded by the religiosity. God, and what's important about this, maybe I'll say in a minute, I think, is God ordains that they are the leaders. That is their authority. That's their power in Iran. And that will be important, I think, for what I believe is going on, although hasn't been reported yet. But I seem to be right with an amazing percentage, amazing accuracy. Where are the accompanying helicopters? Where is the transponder? Where is the locators? How is it Iran doesn't know exactly where the helicopter is? How was this turned off? Where are the attack defender helicopters that should be accompanying this journey to and fro? You have 3 helicopters. They have officials, they have ministers, they have cabinet members. But where's the accompaniment? Where is the ground support, etc.? Where is all of this? Is it that the Iranians are just incompetent as all hell, and this is what you get in a country that's not a Western country? It's just going to be like total randomness. They're like, hey, Is that chopper running today? Throw the elected officials on there, or was there something afoot? And was that something external or internal? In other words, was it caused by the Israelis? Was this an assassination by the Israelis? Or was this something internal, some sort of resistance? And if so, resistance, internal resistance, was this resistance created of its own volition, energy, etc.? Or is this a color revolution orchestrated by the United States, Israel, other Western countries? Of course, because Iran is a problem for the Israelis. So a bit of context, and maybe to understand, April 13, you had Iran launch a massive attack, the first of its kind from Iranian soil, although technically no, that's not really, but that's what everybody understands right now. The first of its kind launched from Iranian soil, meant to not harm anyone in Israel, as I shared with you here, the only one with an intelligent take on what took place. And the evidence of that was that the Iranians launched the most sickly, effete drones available, drones that high schoolers could build in the United States, as long as they're white, in my opinion. And these drones, of course, were going to take hours to reach Israel. And then once the drones finally got close, and that was a big warning to Israel, hey, they're coming. And ultimately, as I said, this was just a complaint turned up a couple of decibels about the way that Israel had been dealing with Iran after just destroying the embassy and killing some Iranian officials and in Syria. And so this was a cranked up on the volume response of, hey, we don't want war because we know we'll lose. Even though, remember, for the totality, I don't know, for the last like 25 years, it's been nothing but drumbeat of Iran wants to destroy Israel, and they just can't wait to do it. They're just not doing it for some reason, though. But they can't wait to do it. That's what they want. They just want them all dead. And but of course, the leadership in Iran doesn't want to be dead, and they know that they will be dead if they go to war with Israel. Israel could beat Iran in a war. It would have to make use of its nuclear, biological, radiological, chemical weapons, if it has them, of course, as CNN, and it would nonetheless defeat Iran. But Israel wouldn't have to fight Iran. It would be Israel's bitch, and AKA that is the United States, the UK, Germany, France, Italy. I mean, we could go on, right? And they would destroy Iran. So they cranked up their complaint. They launched the drones. They waited until the drones were near. So the Israelis would be ready, the Americans ready, the Jordanians ready. Did anybody ever figure out whether or not the speculation about did Egypt also shoot down some? And then they launched some ballistic missiles and some cruise missiles targeting an air base where the Israelis would have plenty of time to remove everyone from the air base. And only a couple of these hundreds of drones, ballistic missiles, and cruise missiles from Iran landed on the air base, doing no harm. No one was killed. A week later, Israel responded with a cruise missile attack of their own, totally destroying the air defense system at one of Iran's nuclear reactors. So to give the message to the Iranians, we can hit you anytime, anywhere. We can destroy all of your reactors by first destroying, just like we did here, your air defenses for the reactor. And then that sort of was the last tit for tat. And I believe, if I had to guess, going on history, that Israel has a standing order to assassinate any of the leaders of its enemies. It seems to me, as you look through time when it comes to the Israelis, that if you are an actual threat to them, they just kill you. Like there's no, the first opportunity they get, the first time you crawl out of a safe or an underground bunker, they just immediately assassinate you. You're going to go to the grocery store, you're dead. You're going to fly over to Azerbaijan, you're dead. You know, there's going to be a way found to assassinate you first chance. If, however, you are an adversary that serves their interests, well, then you're going to get rich. Then your name is going to be plastered everywhere as the villain that they just, gosh darn it, they can't get to. You know what I mean? And they're going to tell the world that you're the big problem. They're going to tell the world, etc. And those people just accrue more and more power and more notoriety. And then they do all of the things that play out exactly as Israel would like it to play out for them. This individual, the butcher of Tehran, why did he get that name? Because everyone who, it's estimated hundreds, even thousands of people have been executed at this guy's order because they were pushing back against the hardliners in Iran, which is why he was then, of course, being groomed to be the next supreme leader, the supreme dictator of Iran. That was where the tit for tat was left. This president, very important person then, because of his grooming. And isn't that interesting? Here's the word grooming in our lived experience. And why doesn't it have a negative, immediate emotion for me? Why? It's kind of like Jason and those people over at the Go Free community, the white well-being community, using the Go Free strategy. It's kind of like they're always right. It's kind of like they're always right. This guy, it's being reported and has been reported for years about him being groomed. But why don't you immediately feel like revulsion and disgust and etc.? In this case, it's neutral. And this is the psychological warfare, dumbasses. This is how it works. But keep calling them grooming gangs. Keep saying that Disney is grooming kids. Yeah, keep doing it. Jason just wants to tell us what word to use. He didn't want to tell us what word to use. That's all he wants to do. Yeah, while you're telling me what words I need to use. You know, I got some of this for you. They didn't want to tell me what word to use. You only can say the dudes. That's all you allowed to say. The dudes. So, anyhow, where was I? He was on his way back, and the helicopter carrying the president, the butcher of Tehran, and the foreign minister went down. They're calling it a hard landing. I'm sure they're dead. I'm sure this is an assassination. I'm also sure that even though there's no evidence for it yet, I'm also sure, I feel confident, in my opinion, that Israel, if they haven't started already, and I'm sure they have started, are already pushing a psyop, which is that God is not with you. And the you being the hardline Iranian leadership. And this goes back to what I said a little earlier. The authority that undergirds the leadership in Iran is that God is with them. God likes them. They are God's best pals. And so if you object to us, then you are against God. This is how they articulate the buttress to power and why they should wield it, the hardliners in Iran. Well, if you have things like this happen, accidents, then it would seem that God doesn't like you. God doesn't like your behavior. And when you take primitive mentalities, when you take people who are in this like primitive mindset that God has enthroned, like God has enthroned the Pope, that's a primitive mindset. And so you can go to the Pope and you can say, hey, you're going to say these anti-white things now. in various ways. You can pressure it. And then what do you know? The Pope is anti-white. And then millions and millions of Catholics are like, well, God's with him. So that's what God wants. Even when we'll just have another Vatican II, another Vatican 15, we'll just keep changing the rules so that it keeps matching anti-whiteism. It's a funny thing how that works. It's kind of like we've talked about that for decades. It's kind of like we've explained and expounded and lucidly made clear for everyone. To be redundant, we have made it clear for everyone. And it's kind of like perfection when our predictions, our explanations come to fruition in the world. So when you take people who have this very primitive mindset that your leadership is legit because they are loved and favored by God, then it's very easy to use a psyop to undermine them. And so anything that goes wrong, you can then immediately go to that population and say, hey, would this happen if God actually favored them? Would this happen? Or is this the kind of thing that happens when God it finds these individuals to be in his disfavor? He's unhappy with them and he is punishing them. Well, yes. So I predict with as much certainty as one can wield, when the ear is against the door, I predict that Israel, probably the United States as well, because Israel can just say jump, and the United States says, how high, sir? How high? And already pushing the leadership in Iran is hated by God now. In much disfavor as a consequence of them not submitting to the chosen ones, and the evil United States who does the bidding of the chosen ones when it comes to these foreign intervention actions. We'll give them a euphemism so that everybody stays safe, including yours truly. So the pushing, I think we'll probably end up seeing the pushing of this psyop in the near future, especially if they died, and I believe they died. And is it an accident? It's not impossible that it's an accident, but I feel confident that it is an assassination. And probably numerous steps had to be taken. Backup systems omitted. We talked about the defense helicopters that should have been flying along, probably for whatever reason, ordered to stand down. Maybe it would any number of excuses used to get these choppers up into the air, and then very easy to cause a helicopter to lose power, etc. And if you are flying in a helicopter, doesn't matter how good the pilot is, depending on altitude, if suddenly the fuel quits or any number of things go wrong, helicopters don't stay airborne long, and they don't glide well. Yes, I know there are helicopter pilots, and you may have seen, I know I've seen, in the United States, good old white guys that can take a helicopter at a pretty decent altitude, cut power to the rotor, and tip it forward, bring it down, build up some speed in the descent to rotate the rotor and level it out, and then slide it across a nice, smooth, and even tarmac. But that is not the same, especially when you're traveling over mountainous terrain and bad weather, which is pretty normal in that part of the country. Is it called? I think it's called Tabriz or something like this. I read earlier today. So pretty common there to have bad weather, not very many roads. Supposedly, Iran has launched aircraft and drones to go looking, maybe even jumped on Amazon, bought a few drones, and they're waiting for them to be delivered so that they can pilot them out over the terrain and see if they can find their dear president and future supreme leader. So why don't we take a look at the news? That's the gist of it. We'll take look at the news and see if they've got anything more or anything that I have forgotten here. President Raisi, and if I'm pronouncing that wrong, then who cares? Let me know. Helicopter crashes in Iran. What we know so far. And this is Al Jazeera. A helicopter carrying Iran's president, Ibrahim Raisi, and the foreign minister crashed while traveling back from East Azerbaijan. Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi has yet to be found, despite conflicting reports that the location where his helicopter went down had been found. But those reports were quickly dismissed by the Iranian Red Crescent, and the world continues watching Iran's emergency crews searching for Raisi in a remote area near the Dizmar protected area in Iran's East Azerbaijan province, where his helicopter went down while the rest of the convoy continued. And isn't that also kind of strange? I have a feeling that part of the disinformation that campaign that will begin regarding this likely assassination will be that they'll claim it was an act of God, it was just chance, it was actors within the regime in Iran. There was, back in 2017, do you all remember the news about a guy? What was his name? I can't remember his name. It was like Johnny was his name? Rafsanjani? I think it was something like Rafsanjani. And he was, what position did he hold in the government? He was in his 80s as well, and he died of a heart attack, I think. And the family, though, and the news about it back then was that the claims were that they were part of the resistance and against the hardliners, and that Israel potentially and the United States potentially behind him. And the family made these claims that the heart attack was caused by the hardliners in the regime. So I think it's probable that, and I remember that was really a dumb thing. I was like 80s. He had a heart attack. Yeah, that had to be assassination. But it's likely also that part of the disinformation that will be promulgated by the United States, Israel, and other Western actors will be that there is dissent in Iran, and these are the freedom fighters. These are the good guys that United States and Israel, etc., have to support. It won't be Israel support. It'll be the United States money, etc. The assassination, like, what could it do? What's like the greater plan? If you're like curious if it's an assassination, well, I mean, chaos, discord, potentially to undermine trust in the regime, any number of things that would be positive from an Israeli point of view in the leadership in Iran. And that would be the reason for doing it. And which, not the least of which, is that the butcher of Tehran is being groomed to be not molested, not raped, but being groomed to be the next supreme leader. And you could imagine the butcher of Tehran becoming the next supreme leader. That would probably be a challenge to deal with. Not so much on the outside of Iran, because like I said, he would not be alive before today, of course, if he didn't care to be alive. So we know by the fact that these people climb the ladder, that they fight with each other for the power, the wealth, the sex, etc., that they want to be alive. And since we know then that they want to be alive, they don't want to go to war with the United States, Israel, etc., because that will make them dead. But he could do away with all dissent in Iran. I mean, he could, if he was ruthless enough to get the name Butcher of Tehran, then it's very likely that he would put the entirety of the country into lockstep. And there would be no dissent. That means no possibility of color revolution, no possibility of weakening Iran, no possibility of breaking it up into numerous factions. The reports were quickly dismissed by the Iranian, Red Crescent, East Azerbaijan, helicopter went down, and the rest of the convoy continued. Now, if the helicopter went down because of it also makes you kind of wonder, was the president or were other important people in the other choppers, and there was a threat that's what took down the one helicopter. There was some sort of threat. Why would they just abandon the president and foreign minister? Why wouldn't they hover over the location where the helicopter went down? So it makes you wonder that maybe there wasn't something that took place mechanical inside the helicopter, but something external that they were aware of. Raisi was returning home from Iran's border with Azerbaijan, where he and the Azerbaijani, say that twice, President Ilham Aliyev inaugurated a cooperative dam project, the latest sign of warming relations between the two countries. 20 rescue teams, as well as an unknown number of drones, have been sent to the area where the helicopter came down. They better hope it's not the same kind of drones they sent over to Israel, because those suckers are junk. Information is slowly emerging on this incident, but here's what we know so far. And this, I refreshed this page, so this should be the latest information. But if you all have something else, let me know. Reports of a helicopter in the president's convoy crashing first circulated on social media and were quickly picked up by the local media. An initial report by the state-linked Mer News website said Raisi had opted to travel to Tabriz by car due to the foggy weather conditions, and that he was safe. The news was subsequently taken down after the state television confirmed that the missing helicopter was carrying Raisi and other officials. State television said the helicopter suffered a hard landing. A hard landing is when an aircraft lands harder and faster than it should because of the weather, pilot error, mechanical issue, space laser. I mean, who knows, right? See, and that's kind of a question that you have to wonder about. Are there such weapons, and would such a weapon be deployed to do something like this? And I think, yeah, if there were such weapons. Who was in the helicopter? Traveling with Ibrahim Raisi, were Iran's foreign minister, and the Iran's East Azerbaijan province governor. So there were a couple other representative of Iran's supreme leader as well. Leader Ali Khamenei to East Azerbaijan, according to the state media. Where did it fall? It fell in the Dizmar protected area, a wildlife corridor across the border with Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan, kind of a lawless, kind of an old west, very easy for special forces to get into the country and to sneak across an unprotected border on that side of Iran, to set up in a wildlife preserve and be ready to take down a helicopter carrying the president, if it wasn't a space laser, of course. State TV initially said the helicopter fell a city on the border with Azerbaijan. Is that Halfa? But later, it put it farther east. near the village of Uzi, like the Jewish machine gun. According to state television, Dismar experienced sudden bad weather leading to the accident. Well, now you have the conspiracy theorists and that will come in and say, HARP did it. HARP made bad weather that took them down. And then they go back to like their job of putting the manure on the newly planted trees or whatever it is. This area here is known for some pretty foul weather normally, and contributing to it, of course, the Caspian Sea. You get the same kind of phenomenon at the Great Lakes, right? Did all the helicopters disappear? No, 2 of the 3 helicopters in the president's convoy made it back safely to the city of Tabriz. Energy minister was on one of those as well, made it back safely. Why can't they find the helicopter and the passengers? Because it was a perfect location to assassinate them. And if you imagine that the helicopter could be brought down in a way that maybe the passengers would survive, then any special forces on the ground would be able to go ahead and in this wildlife preserve would be able to just finish off the survivors. Rescuers were attempting to reach the site, state TV said, stating that in addition to tens of rescue crews, there were several ambulances and drones deployed in the search. However, all efforts have been hampered by poor weather conditions, with heavy rain and fog reported with some wind. It says the forest is difficult to access. Perfect assassination location. I mean, this is the grassy knoll of Iran. What's the latest on the ground? Is anyone helping? I don't know if any of the rest of this information really matters for us. Now, what will other like content creators be saying? Well, they're gonna pedal in without a chain. They're going to run in place for you. They're going to say, this is going to mean war for America, if you're in America. War for Canada, if you're in Canada. War for the UK, on and on. And then they'll spell out how this thing could happen, and then that thing could happen, and then this thing could happen. And then you get all nervous, and then it doesn't come to be, almost certainly. Will not come to be, but it won't matter because everybody will forget and they'll move on. Now, how can this be of use for this community, this information? Well, people are going to be talking about it. They're going to be talking about it this week potentially, and that's going to be an opportunity for you to just have a little bit of knowledge that I've shared with you here, and then you will drop in the lexical and dialectical armory that we wield here with the Go Free Stratagem, to empower these people and to get them to stop thinking about these foreigners on the other side of the world and what they're doing, and essentially just being fans in a stadium, cheering on and cheering against different teams that are going at it. You have Jews and you have Muslims, Jews and Arabs, and they're going at it, and I could not care less. All that I care about, my humanity, I don't want innocent people to be harmed and victimized by monsters on either side, animals on either side. Generally, this is my opinion because I have a humanity. But all that I'm really concerned about when it comes to this is, are we as Western kind being victimized, and how so? How are we being victimized, and how do we put an end to that victimization? That's where my concern begins and ends, because I love my people. I want to make a people out of this deracinated race, and I couldn't care less if there's a tit for tat going on in the Middle East, as long as I and my people are not being victimized by it. That is how white people should think. You are not an informed socio-political actor, civilian in the world, if you're white, by knowing all about these two different sides and cheering on one and hating the other. I think that's about all I wanted to say about it. Drake says, why would the Iranian leadership let themselves fly without escort in the empty mountains when they know what the U.S. Did to Soleimani? Well, I mean, obviously, they would obviously have thought that they were going to say, it's a good question. They would obviously have thought that they would be able to safely travel just to Azerbaijan, just right across this border, and have this meeting to celebrate this warming relationship, this rapprochement with them. And then I imagine that it's not, if it's an assassination, it didn't take place in some really blatant way that you would easily at the outset say, oh, we're not going to be able to, I don't know, let's say, you're going to have to use the helicopters you don't normally use, and the military escort are not going to be able to participate. And if all of that happened up front, then I would imagine they would be very suspicious. It was probably intelligence would dictate that it would have to be an errors that occur like dominoes, that, well, this is going to be a problem. We're not going to be able to have this particular X that we normally would require. Well, okay, we can still go. And you proceed in the process a little bit. And then there's another, well, this is also not going to be able to work or be accessed or of use to us. Maybe we say you could fit in there like a radar. It's in the specific area. And they say, well, we're already this far along. And so that's how intelligence would orchestrate an assassination like this. It would play out in pieces that at the end of the final analysis, or the moment of execution of the assassination, would result in this like bare bones, stripped down, let's just fly across the mountains and get on the ground as quickly as possible and be done with it. Because it's a meeting that is intended to just warm this relationship because of the proximity to Iran. That's a good question. Yeah, to be flying in this 3 helicopter, you got your president who is being groomed to be the next supreme leader, and he's just in 3 helicopters strolling along without proper or adequate radar support. I mean, could you imagine in the West? We wouldn't do that. Like, so that a helicopter could go down, nobody would know. No, the radar towers and airborne radar would be watching every moment, every blip. And they would know if it went down, they would know the exact spot. And people would be in the air and on their way there. And the accompanying helicopters wouldn't abandon it. I can't see. The only way I could see the helicopters, and I could be wrong, you all can speculate with me, but the only way I could see the helicopters abandoning it is if there was something that made them think this thing was just shot down. We got to get out of here. That's the only way I think that they would abandon the butcher of Tehran and the potential next supreme leader. But there'll probably be disinformation spread by Israel that there was some sort of disagreement between the current supreme leader and then the successive supreme leader, or just any number of arguments to distract you from what it most likely was, an assassination. But the thing to learn when it comes to Israelis and a lot of powerful anti-whites in general, which is not to say that all Israelis are anti-white by any means, but is that when there is genuine opposition that is well known, gaining steam, etc., before it gets so significant that killing the person would immediately reveal the responsible for it, they kill them. They disappear them. The only time that they allow popular dissent is when they want it, when it works for their ends, when it corrupts the dissenters. That's the only time. Which is another reason why many years ago, when I began contemplating how could we actually recapture our destiny, understanding how the victimizer, the anti-white, operates, I knew that one thing that had to be taken into consideration was that you couldn't have a cult of personality, because they will either kill that person or co-opt them. And they could co-opt them with that person knowing or not knowing. You will not understand necessarily, depending on your level of education and intelligence, how that can be done. But I can assure you it can be done. Great question, though. Thank you. Great to see first to last. We're going to be getting into another story, but tag me as No White Guilt if you have any other questions about the Butcher of Tehran. Anti-Whiteism Ends With You says that this was the plot to an episode of Homeland, which was a TV show, I guess, 5 or 10 years ago. And Rory Herbert is here. Don't fall into the trap of the predictive programming argumentation, because then people, that is such a convoluted, nonsensical, and useless, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but I'm just saying in general, convoluted, useless pursuit that serves nothing for the ending of our victimization. It does nothing, and it's largely those communities are populated by white people who are either anti-white or they're conservative brand of a white sympathetic who refuse under any circumstance to recognize that the victim of anti-whiteism, the victim of everything that's going on in the West, and therefore the world, is the white race. So they just want to pick anything. They have to tell you. Like the argument, I've gotten into arguments with these people when they bring their arguments to our meetings in the past, when we've had like these joint meetings with other groups of people. And they're like, well, they have to tell you what they're going to do. Really? Why would they do that? Why is it? Well, it's their morality. It's their morality. They've got to appease their space deity. I mean, shut up. Anybody saying that is, no, they're not going to tell you shit. It stems from, and I get it. It stems from an IQ issue. I'm talking about processing. The mental processing. Now, how many points of data can you hold in your mind? How do they come together? Are you able to see enough of them, or that you can truly understand the picture of what's taking place? And you need to understand, the simplest way I can put this is just like our decision trees, just like what we refer to as thought chains, that on a given path of thought, there are a number of possibilities for thought that stems from that sort of branch, if you will, or that bough, if you will. And there aren't others. In fact, in art, when people try to go to someplace totally original, and it's actually part of the reason why we have to work so hard here to bring people in, the same reason what I'm about to share is that when an artist goes away from what is a natural derivative of the possibilities of this bough, no one understands the art, no one buys the art, no one invests in the art, and it disappears. It's happened in music, it happens in television, it happens in movies, it certainly happens in novels. Authors think, I'm going to do something completely original, something that is not a derivative of the current trend of thinking, and then no one buys it because people don't understand. part of the problem, that's part of the problem, a big part of the problem of that we have here is that we are out of their narrative. That means off of the bough that they want people on. It's a big branch, a big heavy branch. And so the natural derivatives of that are not present for us. People don't know when they show up, they don't know what they're looking at because they don't know how you got there. And the reason that they don't know how you got there is because we are on a completely different bough, a completely different heavy branch. Our story, it has to be that way, which means that we have to have so many more contacts with the population to get people who are willing and able to take the step out of the story of anti-whiteism. Whereas other content creators, if you give them a derivative of the trend, of the main themes, the main zeitgeist of the day, people can understand that much more easily and are much more likely to buy the product or service. And you can think about the same, talking about product or service, you can think about the same thing in cell phones. You can do the same thing in any product or service that you can buy. If you jump too far ahead, people don't understand and they're not interested. And so you have very few who step forward to cross the gap to another bough. But that's what has to be done for us to survive. If you stay on their bough, on their heavy branch of the anti-white narrative, you can't win. You'll be able to understand the derivative takes that content creators will give you. Like one of the derivative takes of the anti-white narrative is, it's all the Jews, it's the Jews, it's the Jews. You'll be able to understand that. It'll make sense to you, but you'll die with that understanding. You and our people will die. We will be white erased with that. So there are plenty of enough, but this is, how did we get to even this being able to be a possibility to step out of this narrative? Well, it's the guy that can get slandered 200 times a day. The guy who gets slandered primarily by people in the white sympathetic sphere. And we'll be talking about that with my response, my sophisticated, urbane response, brilliant response on Twitter, and the pushback I got from the run-of-the-mill morons who are trapped, and instead of submitting themselves to what is clearly a superior understanding of the world and demonstrated by the successes every single day, instead of submitting themselves to that, they show up, misrepresent me, slander me, lie about me. If you're not going to be demanding violence against the Jews, then you must be one of them, or you must be a cop, or you must be a Fed, or you must be. This is the white race for you. A up people for sure. And so what happens in entertainment, and how this plays out, and how you get these similarities in entertainment, that people can come in afterward and draw a dartboard sort of around, a bullseye around where they find the darts on the wall of what appears to them to be randomness because of a processing limitation. They come and they draw that bullseye around it, and they say, well, look, this movie or this show or this book or whatever said this type of thing, and it could be very similar, almost identical, years before, months before, whatever. So why would they do that? And then voila, you come up with the idea of this telling people what to expect because space deity tells you to do it. And it's just one ridiculous ad hoc slap together reasoning for each of the challenges that the nonsensical originating idea has given afterbirth to. That's what comes of that. So as a consequence of being on that bow, the anti-white narrative, when people create entertainment, there are going to be a certain number. Like it's like with pandemics. A pandemic happens and people are like, well, look, they've made pandemic movies. No shit. And then they just absorb white people and get them all enmeshed in worrying about something that's not even actually happening and something they can't do anything about. So, anyhow, Samuski says, bring back your phrase, pedo preppers. Yes, we like that. That's what they were. They're pedo preppers. Also saying, I'm going with this being the work of Israel. All right, let's continue. The great Odin Sire says, no white guilt rules. So true. Thank you for being here, champ. So many heroes in the live chat. White Wolf, I was at the NRA National Convention with no white guilt. That's awesome. Did you hear Trump speak? I'd never feel safe anywhere in the Eurasian mountains, to be fair, says Drake. Taliban and similar groups have made it very clear these caves are hives of danger. Yeah. Could you imagine? No, thank you. We also have Reuters is up on this, and it's saying the same thing as Al Jazeera. Helicopter carrying Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi and his foreign minister crashed on Sunday in heavy fog. Said that their lives were at risk following the crash. So, and of course, the Iranian government is going to be said, you'll be hearing this phrase, the opaque Iranian government. You'll be hearing that sort of phrase, the opaque Iranian government. All governments are opaque. All right. I want to talk about Toni Morrison as well. Where is this Toni Morrison? Can you believe this? We have Seamus, who's in the live chat now, and he had tweeted about this. He says, she says, whites are not human. You can't be any more anti-white than that. Very well said, my good brother. Let's pull this up. And let me bring this back. And he was retweeting Frank, who says, when James Watson, and this is the important point here, when James Watson said that Africans are less intelligent than European people, when he said this, he was called to strip. I don't know exactly what Frank was trying. He was stripped of his Nobel Prize. He was stripped of his Nobel Prize because he said, according to the data, the IQ of the average white person is higher than the IQ of the average black person. And you all are probably well aware, because of places like the American Renaissance and the like, who invest heavily in the idea that if you have all of the academic data and you bring forth your academic peacocks, they shimmer with their degrees before the public like scintillating gods descending from ivory towers, and maybe they have peculiar ways they speak like this when they talk to you, you little plebeians. You could not possibly know, but you have to be emaciated and weak. Maybe you have to, I can stand by my side. If I stand sideways, you will see how the academics look front view. And they're like, well, maybe I'm actually a little bit thicker than they are. But still, imagine very emaciated men. They're like, I am emaciated and weak, and that means I'm very smart. I am small and weak and emaciated, and I have a peculiar way that I speak, and therefore I'm an academic, and you must believe what I say. And they've gone with this for many years, despite the fact that I've, pleaded with them, pleaded with these people. No, 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 no. We need normal white people to take up a morality that defeats the psychological warfare morality that undermined everything across. That's what we need. We don't need these wizened academicians to come forward and talk about all this data. But you probably know, because you've been browbeaten and bludgeoned to death with it, as I have been, that there's a bell curve on IQ testing, and that you have a broad middle, and that you have then an extreme to the right of it is the highest IQ, and to the left, and then they can compare these bell shapes, and then they can see, according to these graphs, as James Watson did, and look him up to find out how educated this guy is and how unmoved by passion, how moved solely by data this guy is he still alive? And so he merely took a look at this, and the data did not defend him, did it? The data did not protect him from the immoral imperative of anti-whiteism, the anti-white moral imperative. It did not protect him because facts and data don't matter. They simply do not matter. They are easily misrepresented, and they are easily challenged by other facts and data. And more importantly, morality always trumps facts and data. Always. It always trumps it. It always defeats it. But white people, they have this peculiar penchant to data, to objective things that are beyond us, ostensibly beyond us, and therefore are of a higher truth because they are not submitted to our subjectivity. And yet, it works fine when we're by ourselves, but not when we are with the rest of the world. So James Watson had his Nobel Prize stripped, unless somebody wants to correct me on that and say otherwise. But I remember the people who were saying that the typical, just like when the Ten Commandments were removed from the courthouse in Alabama, and the Christians were screaming in the yard of this building, "Put it back, put it back." They were on their knees. They were praying. And for some strange reason, God didn't help them. But put it back. And they were saying the same thing about James Watson. It's not fair. Put it back. Give him his award, his Nobel Prize back. Now, Toni Morrison, of course, is this black anti-white bitch. And she ends up saying here that white people are not human. And there are, of course, no call to strip her of her Nobel Prize or any of the other awards that she has won. Now, that is not a point, but that is where conservatives will stop. They will say, look at the hypocrisy there. Even explicit white sympathetics. That's where they stop. It's hypocrisy. They're not fair. Of course they are not fair. They're anti-white. So let me pull this up on the screen and we can see what this vile anti-white black bitch had to say about white people who are, they say, white people, not human. White Wolf says, I went to look at the firearms and gear. The Trump speech would have taken up 6 hours. Too crowded. Yeah, I bet. There's cool stuff, though, there, isn't it? Share screen. Here's your interview. No. And why is this not big news? Why? It's because it's an anti-white position. It reveals how the anti-whites really feel. And they still have to propagandize the white race. That's where you can take heart. if they didn't have to propagandize us anymore, if they didn't have to continue to tell us that, well, you have to be white guilted and you have to feel white noir, you have to feel shame for the good of non-white people, for the good of the world, to make amends for how, if they didn't have to do that, they would tell you. They would be everywhere. They would be like, hallelujah, what she said. It's fantastic. But they know if you tell normal white people that white well-being isn't good, they're going to have a problem on their hands. They're going to have white people resisting, which is why you have, incidentally, which is why you have more white people able to do and say the wrong things on the internet, is because they are emboldened by white people in greater numbers who are using our concepts because we have seeded them and continue to seed them. So white people are able to give money to content creators, go to conferences, say things online that are detrimental to the well-being of white people, because they look out in the world and they're like, look at all these white people talking about anti-whiteism and anti-white. Well, now I feel so much more comfortable saying da-doos, it da-doos. And that's the only reason. If it weren't for white people who are now talking about, wait a second, it's not right to deny us well-being, these fucking cranks would be as quiet as they've ever been. And all the more reason why you will see anti-white PSYOP operations pushing content creators and magnifying audience size for content creators that represent the villain in the fictional anti-white narrative. Because the more white people that say, wait, we should be able to have white well-being, the more dangerous that is for anti-whites and the rule by anti-whites and the ideology of anti-whiteism. So they're going to be pushing, moving forward every day, harder and harder. Who's they? The anti-whites are going to be pushing harder every day to get more and more white people playing the villain rather than just complaining about our victimization as a people. You mark my words. They desperately need the opposition to take the form of the villain in their narrative. They desperately need that.
You said an interesting thing recently. You said that, talking about whites, you said in the final analysis, they'll give me up.
Talking about whites, in the final analysis, you brilliant Nobel Prize winner. All of a sudden, I got a little bit of like Southern drawl there. I can't help myself. Ivan the Horrible is with us. He says, Ivan was meandering in Ivan's yard with no white guilt and saw a rabbit lounging in Ivan's potato garden. It showed no fear when Ivan approached, so Ivan loosed a spoon at it and it ran away. I saw a baby bunny the other day outside underneath the plant is called spirea, and the baby bunny could fit in the palm of my hand. Maybe I should tell some of the bunny stories at some point. Linda is here. Great to see you. Let's listen to what this vile anti-white bitch said about us.
The trucks pass and they have to make a choice. They'll put me on that truck.
Look at her. What a brilliant, just get already statues of her, paintings of her. What a lovely looking anti-white being this is. All over the West. All your white children are going to be taught to praise and worship this woman, this thing.
What did you mean?
I meant that in the final analysis, if they had to choose to be white or to be human.
To be white or to be human. So I'm not misstating. All of these people that are saying that she said whites are not human, we're obviously, this is not hyperbole, we're not exaggerating.
and I was the key. They might choose to be white.
They might choose to be white. This mentality, this from anti-whiteism, this dehumanizing Western kind, so that it is to be the personification of pure evil. That is what the anti-white narrative is, and that's why it has to be defeated. That's why you can't fight it within the narrative. It doesn't matter how many cranks you get together to say, it does. It doesn't matter. You're in that narrative, you will be destroyed. And every day, the possibility of surviving playing the villain goes down across the West. Every single day, the potential of surviving playing the villain in the anti-white narrative goes down because you have Western countries that are increasingly populated by other races of people. And you can look back to see how white people treated white people, especially in the United States, thanks to this selfish individualist mentality. Brutal. Well, these people coming in now, they are going to have no problem butchering the shit out of white people. No problem. Dehumanized devils. And especially if you take the form of the demon in their story.
For those reasons, being human is hard.
So you got white people need to choose to be human rather than white. And it's hard. So she's like sympathizing with us.
It's very hard. And I'm not so sure.
Look at this fucking half-wit. Superciliously just pontificating to us, to the audience. Like, oh, white, it's so hard for you white people to be human, but you have to choose to be human and hate yourself and hate Western kind and white erase everything that is instinctual to you, including your own blood and flesh and soul. You have to do the right thing. Why don't you just give this bitch a robe and let her be supreme leader in the West? Sickening.
That white people in general would make that choice.
Because that is a powerful image that you evoke.
And look at this white female here. No sign of disgust on her face. No rage. Now, you've just dehumanized an entire group of people and said that if they are themselves, then they're not human. You know this white bitch, this anti-white, white, vile bitch would lose her shit if you said that about any other race of people. If you were sitting there and you said to her, well, black people can choose to either be black or human, she would projectile vomit rage at you.
It is.
Instead, though, she holds this Toni Morrison up like she is this moral paragon and rendering these deep thoughts. You get more deep thoughts out of Jack Handy. These deep thoughts that are just coming from her little head. Or maybe she's actually quite fat. It's a big fat head.
Really the sense of the possibility of absolute betrayal of you
Total betrayal.
Because of your skin color.
Exactly.
That must be.
Linda is saying that's, is it Jana? Is the white woman's name?
Skin color.
Exactly.
That must be
Okay, let's
a
go back.
powerful image that you evoke. It is.
It's a powerful image that you evoke. I don't move my head when I'm talking. And we just learned on Fox News that when a woman does not move her head when she's talking, that it means that the likelihood of her being psychotic is very high. It's a powerful image that you evoke.
Really the sense of the possibility of absolute betrayal of you.
Total betrayal.
Yeah, the white people are betraying her because of the color of her skin. No, not for her anti-whiteism. It's because of the color of her skin. You know, it's like that moment when you realize that your people are being judged on the content of their character. It's like that moment.
Because of your skin color.
Exactly.
That must be
Exactly.
a
When we are speaking, when we are superciliously pontificating anti-whiteism.
No, it should be, instead of pontificating, it's pontificating. That's what it is.
When we are pontificating anti-whiteism, we have to have a blurry background and we have to say it in hushed tones. White people have to be exterminated. And if we say it like this, it's okay.
desperate view of black-white relations to live with.
Well, you have to be alert. You know you're in a war.
You're in a war. No, of course, wake your asses up. This is all fiction. This is all fiction. The white race for generation after generation after generation. You don't know a white person who was alive when white people controlled our own destiny. For generations, our destiny has been in the hands of anti-whites. It doesn't matter how many white people are in a government when they're anti-white. So the destiny, the well-being of white people has been in the hands, the well-being or ill-being of anti-whites, white and non-white, for generation after generation after generation. And this is the fiction. This is the fiction, the anti-white narrative. We are in a war for our black asses. Give me a break.
I mean, without firepower or with firepower. But it is a kind of subtle war, and you can't be stupid about it.
So there you have it. You're not being stupid about it when you say that white people have a choice. They can either be white or human. That is the depth of anti-whiteism. This is the kind of thing that needs to be shared with our brothers and sisters, the vagues out there, along with a very healthy dose of lexical and dialectical power that we wield. Drake says, Jason, can we stop this? I'd rather listen to you, not the verbal syphilis. Oh, you mean stop listening to her? Well, it's over. There wasn't much there, just to get to hear her say that we're not human. That metric of the ratio of white sympathy going down for playing the villain is spot on. We need to call that subtlety of the anti-white narrative out for others. Yeah, we sure do. Lunder is here. That was Samuski. Lunder says, I was testing a new rabbit suit I made. And some jackass decided to peg me with a spoon in the head. A spoon. Wow. Well, don't wander in Ivan's yard in your brand new rabbit costume. Samuski says when he was younger, he was approached by a sleazy film producer who wanted him to play a J-Spurg biker. I said no. Good for you. Yeah, white actors shouldn't participate in anti-whiteism. I mean, you're not going to get your jobs anyhow. All right, now we got to really talk about the really important tweet of mine that garnered quite a bit of pushback, not the least of which also was so I'm going to share a couple of responses, but there were also some of these pushback coming over on the YouTube channel because of the criticism of the position taken by Fuentes that there is this ongoing psyop from Israel, except there isn't one, except there's no evidence of a psyop. I addressed this last week. I totally destroyed that idiotic position, which was born out of J-Spurging, dues. So he had to turn this fraternity in Mississippi, Ole Miss, into a psychological operation, a psyop, directed from Israel, total idiotic bullshit born out of Jay Spurging playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. And then he had the gall to post more evidence, and the more evidence was of a Jew waving an Israeli flag from some different fraternity, some other Jewish fraternity somewhere else, and waving the Israeli flag and saying he's out there for Israel, and he opposes the pro-Palestinian protests, the divestment protests. And Fuentes publishes this as evidence that the white fraternity bros are being psyoped into opposing the pro-Palestinian marchers and protesters, and thereby turning it into an anti-American versus a pro-American contest on these college campuses. Totally sophomoric, childish. I destroyed his position. And what ended up coming in, and still coming in, a Fuentes supporter showing up, not addressing the argument, not saying, wow, you're absolutely right. No, actually coming in and just writing, Fuentes is king. I shit you not. Even a guy in this community wrote in and said, Fuentes is king. And I said, you got to be kidding me. You have absolute, no. Fuentes, they wrote, Fuentes is their king. They wrote, quote, Fuentes is my king, close quote. And then, Jason has some good points. That's what we do here, is we just have some good points. All of the successes, all of the conversation about the victimization of white people changed because of the Go Free stratagem. Nothing like this ever done. And Fuentes is your king. More like Fuentes is your virtual boyfriend, is more like it. By these boy groypers, it's more like Fuentes is somebody that they would like to dirty up on the bottom. Franklin asking, when was the Morrison interview? I don't know the date of the interview, but it was recently tweeted. This obvious homosexual, closeted homosexual, saying how sex with women is gay, because by having sex with women, according to him, then you are having sex with homosexual males. Talk about a cope. Cope much lately? How's that copium doing for you? But I mean, okay, I'm not going to begrudge him to make himself a millionaire. He has. I'm not going to begrudge him to build a massive audience by peddling in place. And he has, giving them the poison that they want. He has, so that he can be aggrandized and etc. I'm not going to begrudge him for that. That's everybody's going to strive to do their best and make life as easiest on themselves. But these followers showing up to slander and to tell me that he is their king, fuck yourself. Don't ever come back. Don't ever come back. He's your king? Are you fucking kidding me? And that's the problem. And that's what's going to be pushed by the anti-whites. There's no hope of that going anywhere good for white people, especially since Jay Spurging is increasingly multiracial. And the non-white participants are like the riffraff who want to, in their group communal competition with other groups, find themselves not doing as well as the communal effort by a percentage of Jews. And so they hate the Jews for that. And that's ultimately what we're going to be talking about when it comes to white people who are Jay Spurgs. They don't care. And you'll see in my responses to these people, they don't care if their Jews are anti-white or not. All they care about is that Jews, a percentage of them, but they perceive it as all of them, work together for their communal well-being and thereby their individual well-being. And these selfish individualists in the white race find themselves disadvantaged by that. Could you imagine trying to get rid of gravity? That's how dumb this is. The white race will not survive trying to get rid of gravity. And by gravity here, I mean that communal effort based on biospirit is always going to defeat individualism. Always. It is gravity. It is a fact of nature. You are not going to defeat that. And so naturally, anti-whites who are far smarter than these cretins that populate these movements and that call Fuentes their king, no argument required. Doesn't matter how right, he's king. These cretins, they're exactly what the yes, take on gravity. Yes, complain about gravity. That's what you should do for the rest of your days. Compete with gravity. Not one iota, this pseudological bullshit that comes out of the mouths of these ultimately anti-white subverters. J-Spurgs are anti-white subverters, and their leaders are the ultimate anti-white subverters. And how are they going to control the leaders? I've talked about it for years now. You all know how they control the leaders now in the internet age. They don't have to go to them, although they could. And like the good old days of espionage and psych warfare and say, hey, we're going to off your family if you don't do what we say. And if you do what we say, well, looky here. Your house is paid off. And look at that new car in the driveway. That's the old way of doing things. Now, on the internet, I mean, sake, it's ultimate control, folks. There is nothing but left to us that is not able to be manipulated online than standing up for white well-being. Everything else can be manipulated. Everything else. I have argued for years that we need an environment where we are all saying that what we want is white well-being. And then we can quibble over how we end our victimization. Then we can quibble over those sort of things. But ending our victimization doesn't come second. It doesn't come third. It doesn't come by a God of the gaps, as we heard a la Jared Taylor saying on Wednesday that, well, at some point in the future, white people will come together. No God of the gaps moment. Ending our victimization has to come first or it's coming last. So all of this America first bullshit is really Western kind last. That's what America first means. It means Western kind last. America first means demonizing the Jews. That's what America first means. So let's have a look at this horrific video. It says Minneapolis, Somali criminal. This is from a YouTuber, a Twitter account. Somali criminal migrant thugs gunned down not anti-white terrorists. What matters to us? And these dumb motherfuckers, I cannot tell you how, probably how fed up I am with people with such inferior intellects to mine trying to tell me, not only somebody who are orders of magnitude more IQ points, several of them, not like one, not two, several of higher IQ than them, and studying this for decades. And these people show up and they're going to tell me how things are. It's important to say that it's beyond probably beyond your understanding how important it is to call people who victimize us anti-whites. And in this case, anti-white terrorists. The fact that they're Somali, the fact that they're black, the fact any of these other things, maybe Muslim, is later, is of no importance relative to positioning them as anti-whites, anti-white terrorists. And if you can't understand, then understand this. You don't have the IQ to understand. You don't have the IQ to understand how to put a rocket into space. You don't have an IQ. You don't have the training to understand a lot of different things. This is my field of expertise. I am a fucking savant at this. Don't fucking come and tell me, will you ball licking, dumbass, hammer swinging, mouth breathing, dipshit, dingleberry cretins. You're going to show up and tell me how things are, what they are, and how it needs to be remedied. Fuck you. So, criminal anti-white terrorists gunned down a white teenager who they tried to rob outside of his home on May 6th. Minneapolis has been flooded with criminal Somalis for years. All of this selfish, individualist thinking. And I'll spell it out for you here in just a minute. These motherfuckers behind this account are selfish individualists. And we're never going to get to a place where we end our victimization by being a selfish individualist. The white race, I can't even, sometimes I get so sick and tired of this shit. And then we're going to show up now and you're going to use the argumentum ad populum fallacy again. Yeah, more people want to have Fuentes as their bottom than you, Jason. And so therefore he's right. More people want to bend Fuentes' legs back, his knees back to his ears than you, Jason. So therefore he's right. So it goes on here. It says, Minneapolis has been flooded with criminal Somalis, anti-white terrorists, for years now. And residents report that the area has become, quote, an absolute zoo. Is there more written there? An absolute zoo. Okay. And also quoting the residents using a phrase that was meant for like the behavior of children and should never be used with regard to anti-white terrorism. And I mentioned the reason why for that video. All right. I'm not gonna blow it up because I'm gonna have to stop it right before the young white man falls to the ground.
What now? What now?
So what you're looking at is the walkway up to a house. You've probably seen this video on Twitter. Here's the young white man, teenager, and holding the camera. And I think holding the camera and the firearm is an anti-white terrorist who, because of anti-whiteism, you see how this works? God give me strength. Because of the anti-white narrative and the anti-white terrorism born from it, seek to rob this young white boy, and when he won't submit and turn over, maybe he had nothing to even turn over, they decide that they are going to murder him, but not just murder him in front of his house, but wait until he's almost home free to give him hope. That is demonic. And that demonic mentality is born out of anti-whiteism. I don't give a fuck. What if these people from Somalia, what it goes on in their heads, whether it's in Somalia or on fucking Pluto? All I care about is where it victimizes our people. Why? Because I have a people in my mind and in my heart. I have a people. The people here who want to talk endlessly about the Somalis, they don't have a people. They're selfish individualists, only concerned with the possibility of this happening to them. Let the bottlenecking begin. Let's get rid of the selfish individualists from the white race. I've talked about this with some very intelligent people in the white sympathetic sphere, older gentlemen over the years. And with those guys, they have come to the conclusion that, yes, indeed, Jason, maybe we do need to edit out of our genetics the individualism. Maybe we need a strategy to identify what people in the white population are more likely than not to produce selfish, individualistic scum for children, and then take away their right to reproduce. Maybe that's what has to be done to save this race. The most important thing for white children moving forward is that they demonstrate loyalty to our biospirit. Before health, before intelligence, before everything else, loyalty, group action, individual well-being by way of group well-being. Everyone else, get the fuck out. You're not going to organize and obtain a biospiritual loyalty by any other means. You're not going to be able to do it with religion. So you got a lot of people out there right now who think that, well, you can just graft on some religion and then that can sort of serve this purpose. I'm afraid not. Did it work? Did it serve that purpose? How many millennia do you need of it not working? Fucking morons. All right, so let's watch.
What now? What now, pussy?
What up? What up? And this is the typical gangland inner city speech. There's the gun. And so he's running up to the front door. And before he can open the front door, the gun rings out and he falls to the ground dead. So this is what I wrote that got so much pushback that then also ended up showing up on YouTube with the little boy groypers who were saying, Fuentes is my king. Here I am wanting to empower and make men of the West out of the riffraff, the boys that are out there for white males, the white males that are just boys. I want to make knights. I want to make men of the West to stand shoulder to shoulder with, because that's the only way we're going to recapture our destiny. And here you have me swamped by abject scum saying that, oh, I've got somebody to do the fighting for me, my king. How many times have you beat off to him? Sickening. I write this. If your first thought was heartbreak for the white young man and his family, congratulations. You have a shared well-being, therefore a people, and experience your well-being by way of your people's well-being. Does that make sense? I guess it doesn't to the idiotic midwit of the white race. Ace is writing, what does it mean to go free? Go free is the action of going free of the anti-white narrative. And we teach you how to do that with the concepts and dialectics in the Go Free stratagem. I then say this: if your first thought was a racial slur for blacks or Jews, you are a selfish individualist, i.e., you have no people and you will always lose in this world of collectives. You see, that's really what the J. Spurgs hate, is that they are disadvantaged as individualists by groups of people that work together for their collective well-being. Of course, a percentage of Jewish people, not the entirety of Jewish people do this, some percentage of them, it appears to be the case, are not the only people who do this. So the white race is defeated by every group who does this. Every single group. And you think, I mean, open your eyes. There are a lot of other non-white groups that are doing much better than the white race, not just Jews. I mean, right off the bat, you can talk about Indians from India who are doing infinitely better in the West than white people. And they will happily replace with anti-whiteism that they already use, not all of them, of course, but the ideology that enables the exploitation of Western countries, they will happily use that and use their group success and survival strategy against all of you selfish individualists. And then you're all going to say, well, it used to be the Jews. Of course, you're not going to get rid of the Jews. But if we just, for the purpose of a postulate, we say, okay, you did, then you'll be all complaining, it used to be the Jews. Now it's the Indian. Now it's the Indians. So this is what I wrote. And then I added, also an absolute, quote, an absolute zoo is inanity. Zoos are fun places. Your experience of a zoo in your lived experience is that it's fun. That means the part of your brain, this is the psychological warfare. Wake up. Wake up. Listen to what I have to say. This is the psychological warfare and how it operates. The part of the brain that controls 95% of your living has all of the attendant emotions and understanding and experiences, both real and fictional, of zoos, and they're positive. So you don't want to call anti-white terrorism a zoo. It is anti-white terrorism. So what did we get? What kind of responses did we get? We have these, aside from the "Fuente is my king." We had somebody called Unashamedly White who wrote this. Here's the thing, man. Thanks for straightening me out, by the way. Here's the thing, man. Now, you all just heard and saw what I wrote. And this is his response. Here's the thing, man. Sympathy, thoughts and prayers, discussions, compromises, pleading, acting nicely. It's too late for all that. By the way, where the fuck did I say that anywhere? Where did I say that anywhere? Here's the thing. I'm going to set this, guys. I mean, do you talk to the neurosurgeon who's going to work on your mother or father this way? Here's the thing. You're going to operate this way, and you're going to do that and this. It's too late for that. He says, people need to get mad and understand that inaction will be our end. So what does he mean by mad? That, I guess, violence. Because if you're not mad and then committing violence, he concludes that that's inaction. And then he says, Compassion invites further victimization. Here's the thing. Shut the fuck up. I mean, here's the thing. Listen, unashamedly white, here's the thing. Shut the fuck up. Okay? You're too fucking stupid. And I'm tired of listening. I'm tired of dealing with you fucking dumb motherfuckers. You can't even comprehend. I came into this decades ago, and pardon my language, I came into this decades ago listening to guys in their 60s, guys in their 70s who have been saying the exact same thing. We got to get mad. We got to stop with this inaction. And you know what? They didn't do shit. And do you know why they didn't do shit and why you will never do shit? Because you're a selfish individualist. Love drives people to fight for their own. Love drives, you're going to, as a selfish individualist, you all reveal it again and again by waiting until they come for you or your immediate family. Bitch, that ain't good enough. Bitch, they're going to overwhelm you and your family. It's over then. You selfish little motherfucker. Pardon my French. I can't, this past week, it's been nothing but these cock-sucking, ball-licking losers trying to tell me with their low IQ how things are, what needs to be done. I changed the way we are victimized, the way our victimization is discussed to empower us on planet Earth with the group of these mighty champions in service to white well-being. And you're going to come and tell me, especially with ignorant shit like this, and this is the one that's the least ignorant. Compassion. So I guess what he's saying is if we show compassion for our injured greater family members of the white race, that invites the so you need to be a stone cold hard ass when they gun down our boys. That's how you got to be. When the anti-white terrorists gun down our boys, you got to be stone cold hard ass. You got to just make sure you call them an N-er. Just make sure you call them a K-er. You know the interesting thing, well, maybe I'll get to that in the next bit. Here's what I wrote back to this guy. I said, wrong. First, you mischaracterized my position. No one is saying to make compromises or plead or ask nicely for anything. Good God. Second, you have been mad for a long time and you do nothing, like every other mad, selfish individualist. A people act out of love for their own. Love drives heroes into the maw of danger. Mad, selfish individualists gripe and do nothing so as to protect themselves. That's why you all, for people I personally knew and have gone to the old folks' home and have gone to their graves for 6 decades, 5 decades, did the same thing you're doing and have given us today by that strategy. And then from the decades I've been in, the exact same strategy and have given us where we are today. Selfish individualists protect their own ass. People who have a people and achieve individual well-being by way of that people, a shared well-being, sacrifice themselves for the whole. Fuck every one of you. Where are the good white people? Where are the good white content creators to hear what I have to say and to stand up and say, this fucking guy is right? What the hell are you all doing? Why in the absolute hell do you all keep pushing back? Then we got the next one. Cerno's Lisp wrote this. Disagree, Jason. An observer can feel both. of these emotions, thoughts simultaneously, as far as I'm concerned. Wrong. You can center us or you can center another group of people. That's it. You can't do both. You can't center both. The moment you center somebody else, we're on the outside. The moment you center us, they're on the outside. You can't do both. I don't give a fuck about your opinion. Fact. These are vile, subhuman parasites. Look at this language. That have no place in polite society. All the conversation of a selfish individualist. All the statements of a selfish individualist. Separation is the only, all caps, solution, exclamation point, period, exclamation point. Well, that's a wonderful wish, bitch. You think I'm going to be nice to you? Fuck you. That's a wonderful wish. Your wishes are worthless. I have a pragmatic strategy that works, that ends our victimization. Fuck you and your wishes. We need separation, period. Okay, good. Go stock the shelves now. Good. Why don't you collate those documents for your boss now? Shut your mouth. We need separation. Good. I'm so happy that you have a wish. You can't have both. You have one or the other. You either are centering us, and this is a crime, a act of anti-white terrorism that is a consequence of anti-whiteism and anti-whites. And therefore, the entire time I'm talking about our people and our injury, and therefore calling up the love inside of us to arrest that victimization. It doesn't matter who is committing it. You see, the moment you say that, oh, it's this particular group, then what is the victimization of our people okay if others are committing it? Well, oh no, Jason, then let me go on centering all the other non-white groups here so that you can call them subhuman as well and call them parasitic as well. I can't explain this any clearer. If the white race is so dumb, they don't want to submit themselves to something that we're fine. Maybe you're not able to understand a greater intelligence. Maybe you're not able to see it because every 15 IQ point difference, and there are many between you and me, every 15 IQ point difference makes it increasingly impossible to understand. Surely you can submit yourself to success, but no, the white race can't do that. The white race, apparently, they can't do that. This is what the white race does to somebody who has given his life to this and created something that works. This is what they do. So I wrote back, you're missing the fundamental point. If you have a shared well-being, now I spell it out as nicely as I can. If you have a shared well-being, you have a people. If you have a people, then you serve your people's well-being and they serve your well-being. In such an environment, there is no need for selfish, individualistic concerns because threats such as these won't exist. We only have this selfish, individualist concern and threat because we don't have a people, i.e., a shared well-being. I don't know. That's as clear as it gets. And if you still don't understand, get out of here. Get lost. I don't want anything to do with you. That's as clear as it can be. And you can see how shared well-being plays out for all of the non-white peoples who practice shared well-being for their groups. You can see how it plays out. You're not going to be able to rid our countries of gravity, which is the success of collective action. for individual well-being. You're not going to be able to get rid of it. It succeeds. You can complain about it all you want, you dumb motherfucker. But you're not going to get rid of it. You can go hang out in Fuentes' chat and listen to him complain about it for hours. The problem is that there are Jewish people out there that work together. Can you believe it? Yes, I can. What I can't believe is that it's so fucking hard to get white people to do the same thing. That's what I can't believe. What I can't believe is that people choose complainers to give their money and time and energy and worship and fealty to and call king, while attacking somebody who wants to empower you and who has success changing the way our victimization is discussed. Doesn't end there. Here we have the last one we'll talk about. This absolute reject called anti-Judaic tells you a little bit right there, doesn't it? Writes this. If your first thought, quoting me, quote, if your first thought was a racial slur for blacks or Jews, you are a selfish individualist, close quote. What? He writes with the absolute stupidity of like a Target tier take. No, you just proved you are more mad about a completely natural response of anger than physical violence against white people. I mean, can you actually imagine how many times this dipshit, I swear, the level of stupidity. I mean, this guy had this at one point, I feel confident. At one point, this guy had high IQ DNA inside of him, and then he spit it on the sheets. So this is what I wrote back. Obviously wrong. You just proved my point. If you love your mother and you see her knocked to the ground by an assailant running past, your concern would be for your mother, not the assailant. How is your mother doing? How bad are her injuries? Do you need to get her medical attention? As a selfish individualist, and I'll stop right there for a second. Could you imagine you love your mother loves you, you're walking in the park, and somebody runs by, just crushes through her, and is still sprinting down the road. Could you imagine how much you would have to be indifferent to your mother's well-being? How little you would have to care for her, how little or none you would love her, to immediately think about what an N-er or what a K-er the assailant was. I can't believe that I ever have any challenges to my deductions. If you loved your mother, you wouldn't think 1 second about the assailant. You would immediately attend to your mother. That's where your thoughts would go. It's not about controlling your language. It's not about saying, you're not allowed to say N-er or K-er. It's about the fundamental first thought of an individual who is part of a people. This guy right now is probably getting teabagged right, or teabagging somebody right now. I write on. As you are a selfish individualist, your first thoughts would be for the assailant. Why? Because it could have been you knocked to the ground. Does that hit home? Does that hit home, folks? The difference between having a people and being a selfish individualist is the difference between the immediate and deep concern and broken heart for the victim of your people, as opposed to the immediate thought about the assailant and how the assailant could have hurt you. This cretin made very clear that he's a selfish individualist by demanding that he be allowed to say, enter, care. I don't give a what you say, you dirty ball licking loser. I don't give a fuck. I don't want you in my people. I don't want a selfish individualist like you as a member of my people. I go on to point out here. I'm going to read that again so it really hits home. As you are a selfish individualist, your first thoughts would be for the assailant. Why? Because it could have been you knocked to the ground. This is why whites don't show up to shut down colleges teaching anti-whiteism. But Jews will show up to shut down administrations permitting Jewish protests. I should not have to endure endless pushback from people who are supposed to be white sympathetic and are this dumb. Really sick and tired of it. White people, the general white population, doesn't show up at the university teaching anti-whiteism because they don't give a fuck about the white kids there. They're selfish individualists. They don't care about the white kids there. They say to themselves, well, I can get away from it. I don't have to go to that university. I don't have to send my children to that university, so I don't care. A percentage of Jewish people, it appears, whatever that percentage is, does something glorious. They care about the other Jews, whether they're related or not. They feel that their individual well-being is only achieved by their group's well-being. And so if you are at a school somewhere and you're protesting and slandering Jews, why, a Jew anywhere doesn't have to have any relation whatsoever to the school. And they can decide to show up and burn it down. That is power. And you can complain about it all you want. You will complain about it to the cemetery, and you can go haunt up other motherfuckers' asses all you want, and it isn't going to change a goddamn thing. Goddamn, I'm sick of this shit. I am so sick of it. You know damn well and good the reality of the world, that if the Jews were in the predicament that we are in, any other group in the predicament that we are in, and I was a member of any of the other non-white groups, and I did this for us, the whole of that race would come clamoring to support, to finance, to put these ideas on the forefront. They're working. That's all the evidence you need. But not the white race. No. Not the dirty, nasty white race. No. The race of selfish individualists. Fuck no. They're not going to show up to support. No, they're going to show up to burn down. To declare as their king the boy that they jerk off to. Sorry for my language. It's been a week. So this dirtbag writes, but let me point out, I wrote a note to myself. It's important here. I mean, maybe it's worth saying. Two things. One, the first thing is that J-spurging, hating on the Jews, irrationally obsessing over their successes of the greater Jewish community or Jewish individuals or in particular Jewish networks or Jewish-run entities. J-spurging itself does not require the practitioner to be white sympathetic, or what's more broadly known as pro-white. Do you understand how that goes together? You don't need, J-spurging doesn't require there to be a pro-white element to it. You can, because do you see where I'm going with this? In white J-spurgs, you see that whether or not a Jew is anti-white is irrelevant. They don't care if they're anti-white. What they really care about is that in a communal effort, they achieve success over selfish individualists, i.e. white people. That's what they care about. So J-spurging doesn't require a pro-white or white sympathetic, as we phrase it, element to it. So what does that tell you about the inevitable trajectory of J-spurging in a multiracial West? That the pro-white element to it is on the decline and will remain on the decline, even because it's only ever been a pretext. That's all it's ever been, fundamentally. Sure, there were individuals who erroneously concluded that, well, if we're going to stop the victimization of white people, then we have to deal with this group here. Sure, there were people that erroneously concluded that. And by way of my work now, you know how wrong you were. The outcomes, like what were your outcomes? What are our outcomes? The outcomes. Sure, there were white people like that. But the vast majority of J-spurgers use the concern for the victimization of white people as a pretext. They just hate that as a selfish individualist, they are so mightily disadvantaged by communal efforts for communal well-being. And so they use this, we got to have some way, what tool do I have to push back? But J-spurging doesn't require white sympathy. It doesn't require a pro-white sentiment. And so as J-spurging becomes increasingly multiracial, the pro-white or white sympathetic element will continue to fade into the background. And what do you see like in the Fuentes endeavor? You see this bastardized trad Catholicism trying to be grafted on to take the place of the pro-white or white sympathetic element that used to be. Now it's got to be this universalist Catholicism, which, by the way, Catholic with a small c means universalist. It's all races. More content, non-white content creators will find the money, will find the appeal for sex, will find the appeal for aggrandizement to complain about the successes of Jewish people and individually and communal effort, will find it a value to complain about these things. And as it does, the J-spurging will become less and less even concerned with the pretext or the pretense of it being a concern for the well-being of white people. And indeed, the only people, I'll say it again, I have met a dozen or so Fuentes supporters. Every one was non-white, Hispanic, and they were all weird. You know, they weren't even like a normal Hispanic person. They all look like they had their mom dress them, ill-fitting clothes, were not really able to communicate. They were all uncomfortable talking with strangers, uncommunicative. Here's the other thing I want to point out, like for this loser, anti-Judaic, and all of them. He's talking about that you're robbing people of the rage that they need to feel and do nothing with, of course, the rage that they need to feel by saying, and that you're robbing them of by claiming that if they're not focusing and saying ener and kayer, that they don't have a people. And the reality this guy's saying is that, oh no, they do have a people when they're saying ener and kayer in response to these things, right? Except there's this problem. These same pieces of shit that talk this way will call blacks eners when blacks murder other blacks. So is it a sign of having a people when you call blacks eners? Is that evidence of, when in fact, no, it's once again a sign of your individualism, your selfish individualism. Blacks murdering or raping other blacks, you're like, yeah, the eners. Yep, there go the eners. So I guess blacks are your people then. No, it's all about being a selfish individualist. So he writes back and says, you're simply proving more and more that you are more concerned with how people react with justified anger than the actual violent crime. Absolute bullshit. Absolute brain dead bullshit. It's irrelevant what people's language is in response to an enemy attacking them. Were you attacked? No. You can see by his sentence construction here that he's a selfish individualist. He's talking about his concern for him being attacked and that he should be able to say ener or kayer if he's attacked. You see how he can't even comprehend what I can comprehend. And that's fine. That's fine. He's probably better at things that I would never do, like licking ball sacks. It's irrelevant what people's language is in response to an enemy attacking them. Trying to police their language is evil and immoral. That's redundant, TARDIS. Nothing I say, and again, about the policing language. No, the language that comes out of you is a consequence of your focus. And that's what I'm saying, you tard, you brain dead dingleberry. That's what I'm saying. If you have a people, your heart breaks, your immediate thought, that's what your language is. I don't have to police it. I hope you get a brain-eating amoeba. Oh, I'm sorry. You already have one. Okay. Well, then that explains everything. And the amoeba is going hungry because there isn't enough there to eat. He says here, nothing I did had anything to do with helping the victim. You're arguing a straw man position. I mean, this is how dumb this guy is. Or that I'm arguing a straw man position when I educate lucidly about focus. And where is your focus? For what you love or what you hate because it might harm you? Whites don't shut down, and then listen to this. Whites don't shut down colleges because whites keep getting told they're not allowed to be angry or how they're allowed to be angry. Is that why? Is that why, dum-dum? Because people like you have been angry for generations, angry and doing nothing because you're worried about your own white ass, your own flat, white, pimple-covered ass. That's the problem. Whites are told. Wait, who tells them? How does that function? Well, you don't know. Which is why you should shut your mouth and obey what works. Whites are told that they can't be mad. That's not how it works, dum-dum. He says, you, talking about me, you are part of the problem, not the solution. Funny you mentioned Jews and how they're allowed, he used the word allowed, to protest for the slightest offense, pass congressional bills to ban talking about them. So, in other words, he's angry that the communal effort of Jewish people, some of them, for Jewish well-being works. That's what he's angry about. And he uses this very low IQ impression of the world with the word allowed, that they're allowed. I mean, could you believe? I mean, that's like, I got beyond that at 11 years of age. Shut up. Shut up. Go back to digging fence posts. Go back to digging trenches for the cable company. Shut up. And then he finishes with, maybe start talking about the Jews and their connection to anti-whiteism. I didn't write this back. I wrote back, wow, you're really dumb. Get lost. But this is what I had started writing before. I was just like, this guy's intellectually dishonest, and he's really actually just too stupid. I wrote, I'm more concerned with creating the conditions that end our victimization, and you are more concerned with acting tough and doing jack shit, but slandering me, someone who has done infinitely more for white well-being than you. And you continue proving my points. You have zero awareness of it. In fact, your lack of awareness coupled with your baseless arrogance is the living definition of Dunning-Kruger. You literally just wrote that Jews are allowed to protest, but whites aren't allowed. You literally just wrote from, I mean, fuck, that is the position of a child. That is the intellect of a child. We're not allowed. We're not allowed. We're not allowed. The Jews are allowed to do these things. You literally just wrote from a selfish individualist position. Quote, it's irrelevant what people's language is in response to an enemy attacking them, close quote. You weren't attacked, and no one gives permission to protest. No one is stopping you from doing what has failed for generations. You just keep being mad, cupcake. So that's what I had for that guy, and what I had to say to the others who feel like they have some. I have pure contempt for every single one of you. We're going to be celebrating here shortly a massive slew of successes. Another massive, the thing that takes the most time in preparation, and for me, and that's not even including Franklin and the time he has to invest. The thing that takes the most time is all of the victories. We can't even get to all the victories of the Go Free stratagem. But you're going to show up and tell me Fuentes is your king, and how I'm the problem to ending our victimization. Now, no white guilt's the problem to ending our victimization. I tell you, the white race, as represented by these people, is the worst race. As represented by the people who continue to push back on me and this community, is the worst race. Is the most dysfunctional race. Is the most inept race. But we do have things like, we do have wonderful commenters like this. Mirage Mach 5 says, hope is a good thing, maybe the best things, and no good thing ever dies, close quote. I use that quote because I believe that Western kind can reclaim its destiny and Western civilization can be saved. I don't like doomsayers, and that's the impression I get from Jared Taylor in his video. In my humble opinion, his notion that, quote, it's all over and America can't be saved, close quote, is like that of an anti-white. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Mr. Taylor's opinion is antithetical to what this community is about. Love, hope, and redemption. Thank you, Jason, for being a beacon of truth and light in the terrible darkness of anti-whiteism. God bless, Mirage 5. Let me take a quick look before we take a short break and come back to celebrate and take a look at our financial gifts. Glad to have, thank God for you all. Look at what I have to put up with. Look at what I have to, and I have to put up with these absolute dog shit level IQ attacks every day. Every day. And then I've got with this motherfucker, this granny, this old, angry, bitter woman who wanted, I don't know how she ever thought, but wanted to get with me. And then finally realized that she couldn't get with me. And now is yet again another me neither out there in the world, slandering the shit out of me. Everywhere this old, angry, bitter harridan travels, slandering me everywhere because she's a me neither. Yet another me neither. And you notice the things out of the me neithers, the I didn't get Jason either crowd, is that they all go to slandering me with the anti-white slur, the meme pathogen, feminism. They use the, he hates women. He is a misogynist. So they're all feminists. They all become feminists all of a sudden. I didn't get. So that's, this is what I got to deal with on a daily basis. Meanwhile, the way that the government is, the anti-whites, probably the government and the anti-whites as well, manipulate people's awareness. They use this, there's several names for it, but the argumentum ad populum is the fallacy, but you have like, what is it? Choice theory. There are a couple of other where terms for it, depending upon the science that's investigating it, where people decide that something is right because of the other people saying it's right. That's how all of this is controlled now. That's how easy it is. They don't even have to use people anymore to control their opposition. In the old days, and you still see it happening some here or there, they won't need to do this anymore. They had to actually insert, like FBI agents. They had to actually insert people working undercover for, you could speculate, ADL, the Israeli PAC or whatever. You could speculate about whatever groups were inserting people to play the role. They don't have to do that anymore. They can literally employ people and create bots to be an audience, to be sycophants, to be feet lickers for the content creators, spreading the ideology of the resistance that the anti-whites want opposing them. That's all they need to do now. That's all they need to do. And then everybody is flocking over. Look at all the people that agree. All the content creators submit themselves to that message. Wow, look at the audience you get from doing that. And then these people have absolutely like robots, to be nice, like robots will talk about controlling the message and manipulating and psyops, manipulating people and psyops and the like, while they benefit from that taking place. The white race, I don't know what to say. Not obviously. Obviously, I was right years ago when I concluded that we have to back the white race into being a people. You can't argue them into it. You can't convince them of it. You have to back them into it. They have to find themselves there. That's why we have to do it this way. But just this unending, infuriating headache of betrayal, of stabbing me in the fucking back. This fucking you old bitch. What were you ever thinking? What were you ever thinking? Only good, only treated this person good. And then, I can't get with him. Guess I'll be a me neither. Guess I'll go straight. This is why females aren't allowed in, one of the main reasons they're not allowed in leadership in the West. One of the main reasons. I mean, not only is the focus a problem, focusing on the immediate versus the bigger picture. But the simple fact that if a female wants to get with a guy and he doesn't want it, or he taps her, or whatever, he pisses her off, but like in this case, I don't want it, then immediately it's just typical for a female to immediately turn around and say, well, let me just make up as much as I can to destroy. It doesn't matter. White race be damned. White well-being be damned. My feelings got hurt because he won't have me. Yet again, every time I turn around, more slandering. A guy who does. Nobody's perfect in this world, all right? Nobody is perfect. Everybody makes mistakes. But you're going to find few people who strive to do the right thing more than I do and who achieve a level of doing the right thing that I achieve. Nobody's perfect. Far from it. Totally fallible. Made plenty of mistakes. But you're going to find few people who have selflessly dedicated themselves to ending our victimization, to concern for our brothers and sisters beyond myself. And this is the reward I get for it. White people choosing the poisons given them by other content creators and organizations, and then others over here endlessly slandering me. Telling me, the guy who predicts everything right and who created the stratagem that's working, the only one that's ever worked, how wrong I am, and how no white guilt guy is the problem. Red Dog is with us. Spearman says, Jason, Vox Day has suggested that a real white identity in the U.S. will eventually happen, but that the slowness is due to the different white ethnic groups and their deep differences. So let me jump in. The assertion that a white identity will happen is erroneous. That Vox is saying it as though nobody has to do it. It's just going to happen. It will just come about. And that's to rob from me all my hard work, my entire life. That's to steal from me. So fuck him for that. I'm sure he knows very well about me and this community. I'm sure he knows. There's no way he can't. So it'll eventually happen. It'll just happen. So there's no use in, you might as well just be an observer of things happening like me. This is what one of the main things that observers hate is people who are actually doing things. That's what they hate. So no, a white identity is not eventually going to happen. It has to be done by people. Then it happens. Does that make sense? What Vox Day should have said was that the no white guilt guy and that no white guilt community over there are creating a white identity that's utterly defensible, that absolutely has the power to go the distance. Look at the successes. That's what he should say. I can guarantee you that if anything is more likely, he's going to be saying in the future, as this universal white identity, these white roses bloom around planet Earth, that I've been saying the white ring of roses around planet Earth for decades. As that happens, he'll say, Well, look at it out there in the world. It happened just like iVox Day said it would. And who are some of the contributors? And watch, he'll find them to be content creators with big audiences that can benefit him. Now, the next thing he says that it's slow to happen because of the different ethnic groups and their differences is somewhat correct. That's something that I spoke about as a 12-year-old. I observed and talked about as a challenge as a 12-year-old. So yes, we have clefts in ethnicity, which is race plus our unique expression of the West, which varies a little bit from one group of white people to the next. And because of anti-whiteism, prior to the presence of non-white people, anti-whiteism in the hierarchy of those ethnicities, they use the anti-whiteism to poison us against each other for their own enrichment and empowerment. And those, as a consequence, those deep clefts remain. Now, I say in part, it's in part a challenge and slows the advancement down to a single peoplehood, a single people. But another big part of it is the selfish individualism of the white race, which is in part genetic and works well when we're by ourselves. But another enormous part of it is anti-whiteism, which he's completely, ignoring. For as smart as he is, he's completely ignoring a much larger audience. A much larger audience. People hanging on every fucking word of that little round-faced guy. Develop nothing that works in the world for white people. But white people showing up there in droves. Anti-whiteism that absolutely poisons has made immoral the concern for white people. What has Jason been talking about? It's a great question, by the way. Thank you, Spearman, because Jason said through a big chunk of this gathering that when you have a people, you're worried about the members of your people. Becoming a people is slowed because anti-whiteism has said it's immoral to care about your people if you're white, which means that a path that's much easier to take for white people, that has far fewer restrictions on it, that takes far less courage and integrity, is the path of selfish individualism, where you just say enter when you see the video. It's much harder to worry and feel broken and hurt for those white people than it is to say enter. I don't know how many different ways I can show how right I am. You think ask him if he'll acknowledge our successes and have me on. Let's see what kind of a guy he is. My bet is that he's like every other. He doesn't give a shit about success for white people. He's just going to take a look at the audience count, how many watching live, how many people are showing up in his chat saying, no white guild is king, and then he'll make his decision. That's another interesting thing, isn't it? Because the people who go free, they go out in the world and they make arguments in the live chats elsewhere when people can, and they do it for our people, not the worship of some individual. They do it for our people. They make arguments. They're intelligent. Fuentes followers show up, no argument, and they say, shut your mouth, white trash. Like they tried to say to Franklin. Actually called Franklin white trash. That was Fuentes followers. They show up in the anti-white slur. They show up and say, Fuentes is my king. That's their argument. Spearman also says, I think this is what the Catholics like E. Michael Jones argue, that fractured European ethnic differences pose a problem for an overall racial identity in America. Well, not exactly when it comes to E. Michael Jones. He actually argues, or at least unless he's changed, because he's been around for a long time like me, and except he looks it and I don't, that there is no white. That's what there is no white biospirit, that there are only ethnicities, and that you need to go back to being these divided and at each other's throat ethnicities and practicing Catholicism. Fuck you with that. E. Michael Jones, not you, Spearman. I get frustrated with my Southern brethren because so many of them consider their white brothers north as Yankees, and they cannot see the forest for the trees. Yeah, I am the proudest Southerner ever born, the proudest Virginian ever born from the magic soil of Virginia. And I say to all, and I've seen it both ways. People, whites in the New England part of the country, hating on Southerners, and whites in the southern part of the country hating on New Englanders, Yankees, and stop. Counterproductive. Stop it. I one time was at a reenactment, and as a proud Southerner, as an adult, I was carrying a Confederate flag, and a guy, union reenactor, actually said to me, he wanted to fight. He actually said something like, I'm going to break that flag and shove it up your ass, or something like that. And I said, well, you go ahead and try. And I said, you go ahead and try. I can kick the shit out of you right now. Or we could be brothers against what we both know is destroying this country. We both know the country is shit, and it's not because of North or South. And he stared at me for a couple seconds. I guess it computed. And then he nodded and walked away. And then the girl that I took there, she was like, what almost happened there? And I said, he made a wise decision. That's what almost happened. Triple Five says, excellent. I'm on the tractor all day, and No White Guilt is on a 3-hour stream. Nice. Oh, we're going 4.5 hours. And here's the thing. I see Samuski writing here, Jason is the level of humanity we should have. Here's how this works. When I see, if you have a people, like I have a people, I believe myself to have a people. That means when I look out at the white young man being murdered going into his house, my immediate thoughts are, oh my God, this is my family. And my heart breaks for him. And my heart breaks for his family. And my emotions are drawn to and projected toward that family as my own. They're my people. And here's how this works. Because I have humanity, if this was a Asian guy, just for example, or another black guy being gunned down by a black guy, an innocent black guy being gunned down by a black guy, maybe we'll go with that because of what this other guy was saying, how bad he wants to use N'er and K'er, and he feels like I'm getting in the way. When I see that happen because I have humanity, I say, my God, that poor family. They're not my people, right? I'm not thinking of them of, oh my God, one of my people was a family member was just murdered. But because I have humanity, I say that poor family, my God, that innocent guy was just shot dead at the front door of his house if it were a black guy. That is how a healthy man of the West responds to those two scenarios. A healthy man of the West that has a people doesn't look at it and say in both scenarios, N'ers, K'ers. I mean, I can't believe we got to go to do the celebration here because we have so many. I mean, can you believe it? So many successes all day long, slandered. But I can't believe that there are people out there that actually slander and me, make up just horrible lies for the purpose of dissuading people from listening to me or being or using the lexicon because they know where it comes from and therefore they'll be associated with it. I can't believe that people would complain about not being able to say enter or care. Fuck you all. Just get into a warm bath and you know what to do. I'm trying to save my people from oblivion, and you're going to complain about what you perceive as a prohibition on you being able to say enter. What a fucking piece of shit you are. Well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to celebrate and some successes, and then we're going to continue with the gathering. I don't know. Maybe we'll have a Twitter space after. Maybe we won't. I don't know. I'm not in the best mood. We'll be right back.
All right, folks, you know what time it is. You can hear the cheering, I think. You should be able to. The sun is set, and it's time to celebrate, which means that the losers will leave the live stream, or they already have. Goodbye, losers. Goodbye. Now we're left with the true champions in service to white well-being, and we're going to celebrate. We're going to begin with the one and only, you know him well, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Franklinator. IRL service to the moon and the stars and beyond. Celebrate. Look at this. You got to love the Franklinator. He's moderating, and let's get a big celebration for all the moderators. You have the great ForNull in there, the great Brant Danger, the great Franklin, the Troll Slayers, as we call them. We love them. They keep things orderly. They keep us progressing toward the objective of white well-being. God bless every single one of you that has ever moderated here. These three in particular, love you all. But big thank you to Franklinator here for moderating, as well as out in IRL wallpapering. You can colloquially know him as the wallpaperer, the Franklinator. We love it. Franklin is always key. And, by the way, gathering so many, the lion's share by far, in some cases, all of these successes of this community a week that he can get his hands on, which are not even all of these successes. So show some big love. And if you are out there doing magnificent work and you're not seeing it, tag Franklin. Let us know, because we want to look at your successes. We want to celebrate you for the champ that you are. Make sure we know. We're not overlooking you on purpose, but give it up for the great Franklinator. Big salute. Drop this man some crowns on his head. Crowns and gems. 96s for the one and only Franklinator, a true hero in service to white well-being, worth his weight and all of the weight of the Fuentesian boy groypers in gold. God bless him, Franklinator. Franklin also wants us to celebrate and recognize, and we will do that right now. Big celebration, raucous emojis for Ivan, the huggable biospirit, and Lucky Lunda, Thunder Down Under, for being on the Don Trump Jr. streams this week and helping out there. You know, that is number one son. No, we already had the huge success, and you all know it, with the great Donald Trump. And the reason for that, in large part, is the number one son has the morality to use the lexical, dialectical power. Thank God. White erasure, anti-whiteism, anti-white, several others, hush crime, big salutes and power. God bless you. Let's continue here on the screen and drop some crowns for one of Western kind. Here is a tweet, 11,000 views. Remember, this is from other people's audiences, ladies and gentlemen. This is not our community doing this. Anti-whiteism. Since the king still holds responsible power and prestige enough British people's minds, he can't be outright disparaged by anti-whites. So they portray him in a disturbing light instead. Red equals blood of colonized non-whites, anti-white narrative. So one of Western kind using anti-whiteism, swashing anti-whiteism and anti-white narrative. Key concepts, showing love. You're going to be showing one of Western kind a lot of love tonight. Let's keep it going. Bing. Here we have the next one. Here is a post. What is the most brainwashed cult in the entire world is the question. One of Western kind, anti-whites. People who believe in the anti-white narrative and push white guilt and white erasure. Look at all the concepts he just swashed to 13,000 views and climbing. Tons of hundreds and hundreds of likes, retweets. Celebrate one of Western kind. Crowns to him. This community is doing it. And I will physically fight everybody who says that it's not this community. That's how fed up I am with this bullshit. Here we have one of Western kind at it again in response to Muniz. If you were planning to visit Dublin for the first time, you should be aware And he goes on there. One of Western kind comes back. Dublin is being white erased. And with that, the Irishness that made it unique is fading. 17,000 views on that comment. Hundreds and hundreds of likes. Drop the crowns. Give the man love. Show him love. Heart emojis, raucous emojis, dinosaur emojis, swashbuckling flags. Always have the swashbuckling flag at hand, ladies and gentlemen, because that's what we're doing here. This is the ultimate swashbuckling of all successes. Let's continue. Again, pointing out, this is not our audience that are giving the views and the likes and the retweets. It is other people's audiences. That is how we change the conversation. Here you have this piece of garbage I tweeted about as well. The Doctor Who actor and I Hypocrite tweeting about it. He says, sorry, straight white men, Doctor Who was never made for you. One of Western kind, ladies and gentlemen, white erasure in media is pushed in spite and demoralize white people equals anti-whiteism. 17,000 views and counting. Hundreds and hundreds of likes. Remember, these were the concepts I was told for decades and by content creators that are still out there creating content. No one would ever adopt, no one would ever like, no one would ever support, no one would ever use. Remember that. 17,000 white, and they said, oh, it won't work in this country, or it won't work in that country. It works in all of our countries, motherfucker, and we've demonstrated it. You know, by the way, where is I Hypocrite? As good a guy, I think he's a great guy. How is he not like reaching out to me and saying, God, I need to interview you again, ASAP? ASAP with all of these endless successes. Why isn't this guy that I believe is a champ? Why isn't he doing it? And I will make this prediction. Now that he is invited and will be appearing at Fuentes conference, he will never talk to me again. Watch. One of Western kind, again, beautiful meme. Anti-whiteism has no hate here. Boy, with this meme, let's see what he says. Irish communities are being white erased due to anti-whiteism, the ideology that is destroying the West. Irish well-being and sovereignty are non-negotiable. NIP, anti-white ideology in the bud. Nip it in the bud in this country. Strong leadership. He writes all that, all words that like Mark Collett told me repeatedly that no one would ever. I'm just going to give names. Jared Taylor said he shouldn't be allowed to speak because he's got those strange concepts that he uses now. Right? No one will ever use. Here you have this. Here you have anti-whiteism. And what is this? 20,000 views. Hundreds of likes. Give it up for one of Western kind. Big salute. Swashbuckling. I'm going to have to start dropping names. I'm going to have to start dropping names on the scum that have gotten in my way and your way and the salvation of our people. Let's continue with successes. One of Western kind again. My God, can we just get this man a crown big enough for a house? Here we have a is that Patrice something? I can't quite read. One of Western kind. White erasure of Irish people's political representation. Arrogant anti-whiteism. 40,000 views and counting. 40,000 views. Not people from this community. Hundreds of hearts. Look at this. In response to this picture. Give it up. This guy is total epic hero. Get this man a big swashbuckler sash. I want to see him so royal and regal in his swashbuckling gear. Major love. Major love. He rides a stallion into the swashbuckling because he is one. Give it up for one of Western kind. Big salutes, my friend. Get him some swashbuckling flags. Let's keep rolling here. One of Western kind again. How many of one of Western kind on Matt Walsh here? Butker's speech, talking about the kicker. Butker's speech was heretical to anti-whiteism. the dominant morality in the West. I mean, speaking, this guy is throwing fire for white well-being. This guy's total swashbuckling champion. He says, which is why the anti-white NFL condemned him. Feminism is a subset of anti-whiteism, working on 50,000 views. Folks, that is this week. All of this is this week. Every week, this is what we do. Every week. Give it up for one of Western kind. We love you, brother. He ain't done yet. Look at this. Look at this pig here. This is the lead writer for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Look at this. Anti-white. One of Western kind jumps in there, going to go out on a limb and say she is anti-white and would push white erasure into any game she has creative direction over. Over 100,000 views. Thousands of likes. Over 100,000 views. Thousands of likes. I mean, one of Western kind, by his being self, has swashed nuclear level this week. My God. All of these people reading these concepts and you see the concepts and the dialectics coming together because one of Western kind is brilliant and he knows how to swash. Look at the swashbuckling. And all these people reading that are adopting the concepts and the dialectics, which will cause them to find themselves as part of a people and change everything. Give it up for one of Western kind. Recognize this man as the king swashbuckler he is. We're not even done a one of Western kind. This is the one of Western kind show. Here you have this. Juliet, 1968, 1996, 2004. Here's your new Juliet. What does Western kind get in there and say? White erasure due to anti-whiteism. Can you read that? Can you read that? 151.6 thousand views. Do you want to be a change agent? Do you want to be a swashbuckling demigod? Do you want to ride in on King Pegasus? Then you got to do this. Copy one of Western kind. This is how you change the world. And then you're going to hear, I'm afraid, but I will physically fight the people that are going to say, you all didn't do that. The white well-being community didn't do that. I will fly to wherever you are and beat the shit out of you on behalf of this community. Yes, we fucking did it. Take a look at that. Can you read that, naysayers? Can you read that? One of his comments over the course of the week. One of Western kind back again. Take a look at this. Responding here to someone with this. Racist is an anti-white slur. A white person who supports anyone, a white person who supports white well-being. Therefore, this anti-white slur. I love it. I love it. 9 points, almost 10,000 views of that, ladies and gentlemen. A curative that will be adopted and passed on. Give it up for the one and only one of Western kind. The crowd had to take a breath. They're so enthralled and ecstatic about one of Western kind. Now we moved on. We're on Matt Walsh, King Walsh. Here we have the great Anglo-Saxon who had one hell of a week as well. He says, want this violence to end? Question mark. No more anti-whiteism. We need to come together as a people to prevent social lynchings. Where does that come from? That comes from the Go Free method that occur when people speak out against the real issue. 87 likes already. Other people, not this community, we don't have those kind of numbers to be able to do that. Adopting the lexicon and the dialectics. Give it up for the swashbuckling of Anglo-Saxon. We got more from Anglo-Saxon, and all of these, for each of these champions that have multiple celebrations, might not be in order. So be aware of that. We might come back to some. Here you have Anglo-Saxon NWG swashing on King Dice. He says here, Trump 2024, no more anti-whiteism and no white guilt. We come down 388 likes from Mark Dice's audience, changing the way Matt Walsh, Mark Dice audience talk. It has to be done so that these content creators who have adopted more and more of the lexicon and dialectics will keep using them. Makes sense? Give it up for the swashbuckling of Anglo-Saxon NWG. Here you have Anglo-Saxon NWG on I Am Yes, You Are No. Disturbing white man shot and killed in cold blood by a black man during a robbery in Chicago. This won't receive mainstream media attention because because why? What do you think he's thinking? Anglo-Saxon NWG says, I'm sick and tired of anti-whiteism. 41.1 thousand views, ladies and gentlemen. 1,000 likes. I'm sick and tired of anti-whiteism. Brilliantly swashing on the audience. I Am Yes, You Are No wants people to think that, oh, you can't say it because they're black. But the reality is you can't say it because of anti-whiteism. Because a white life lost doesn't matter. That's why, and that's the focus we need to have. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon and WG. Much love. Big swashing crowns and gems for this hero. Crowns and gems. He's back again. What are white people superior at? There's no fixing this mentality from this video, anti-white video. Sick of anti-whiteism? He swashes in brilliantly. Anglo-Saxon NWG. 58,000 likes this week on this one and climbing. Who's doing it? Anglo-Saxon NWG, bitch. That's who's doing it. Show the love. Thousands of likes. Thousands of likes. Taking this, which would be playing the villain in the anti-white narrative and destructive to our people, and turning it around into centering us and becoming constructive, beneficial, healthful, for our boonful for our people. Give it up for the swashbuckling erudition and brilliance of Anglo-Saxon NWG. We're still moving. He's back again over here on King Dice. Who else is sick of white erasure? 501 likes on that comment. Remember white erasure, that no one would ever adopt that? Remember all the pushback that still comes from imbeciles? 501 likes credited to Anglo-Saxon NWG. Give it up. Raucous emojis. 96s, 9 words, 6 key concepts. End wokeness. Writes, wokeness destroys the mind, body, and soul. So this young lady went from this to that. Okay. Anglo-Saxon NWG rolls in. That's just anti-whiteism. Beautifully written. 4,011 views and climbing. Pivoting something detrimental. Again, when people are saying, you didn't do it, this community didn't do it, I want you to remember how the swashbuckling champion knights of the white table pivot from the destructiveness of being inside of the anti-white narrative to the constructive, beneficial salubriousness of being in our story, centering us. I want you to remember that when they say that we didn't change the language. Remember all of the times we had to pivot people, and remember one of Western kind, Anglo-Saxon NWG, so many others doing it, and show them love. Quadruple 07s in the house, quadruple 07s. Here we have Eric over here, and this is our comment on a veteran biker video. Eric writing, Trump 2024, only candidate to speak about the growing anti-whiteism in the country. 108 likes from that guy's community. That means his audience likes that comment, and they're going to be repeating it. That's how it works. Understand? Big love to Eric, champion down under. Let's keep it going. Biosphere, the leader of the OT. And if you would like to be a participant in the OT, look down into the description. You will find the email to reach out, the outreach team. He writes here, the EU actively promotes biological white erasure. Biological white erasure. Biological white erasure. Here's this awesome meme. Anti-whites think like the Borg, that assimilation is good, but only if it results in the white erasure of Western kind. Oh my God, using Western kind in the meme, seeding it to the white population so that they realize they're not a couple, but a color, but a people. 13,000 views and climbing. 13,000, hundreds of likes, retweets, and climbing. And that is, once again, pivoting from something negative to something positive. Who did it? Biospirit of the West did it, bitch. Rode in on Pegasus, swashbuckling extraordinaire. Show the man some love. He's back again. Look at this. Quote, hate speech is speech anti-whites don't like. Oh, I love how he brilliantly wrote that. Big love and support. Non-whites never get prosecuted under these laws unless they are not being anti-white enough. That is a dialectic. Sometimes people wonder, well, what are some of the dialectics? That is a dialectic. Right there, you're looking at it right from the Go Free stratagem. That's a dialectic. You get prosecuted if you're not anti-white enough. And then you have can say, and then what is called hate speech, because it's not anti-white enough. 15,000 views, almost 1,000 likes from this champion, swashbuckling extraordinaire. Show him the love. Quadruple 07s. Hey, remember, look at this. Anti-whites. Jason, you'll never get people to say that. People who aren't anti-white enough. No, that sounds dumb, Jason. That argument, that'll never work. Non-whites for the different non-white racial groups. No, people will never say that. That's dumb. 15,000 views and climbing passed along because each person is pausing, liking what they're seeing long enough to be passed on. 1,000 likes. Guess I was right. Guess Biospirit of the West was right. Celebrate Quadruple 07s. Keep it going, ladies and gentlemen, because now we have entered the realm of Cool Papa J magic. Over here on a Anthony Brian Logan video, who's a conservative black content creator, Cool Papa J Magic writes, she backpedals because she's been taught her whole life that what she's saying is immoral. It's not. No one bats an eye if anyone of any other group wants to be led in the interests of their own people. But it's immediately, quote, evil when white people want the same thing, anti-whiteism. This is a black conservative content creator, and his audience gave 139 likes to this comment. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. We're only getting started on this, champ. Here's Cool Papa J Magic again on a black conservative content creator, Officer Tantrum. Here he writes on one of his videos, the so-called CR movement of the 60s couldn't have happened if anti-whiteism wasn't already deep in our culture and institutions. Given a like by the channel owner himself, 175 likes. You want to know how to swash and be a champion? Cool Papa J Magic is showing you the way. Anti-whiteism, liked by Officer Tantrum himself, and 175 members, a black conservative. Doesn't make our position legitimate because a black conservative agrees. It makes our position adoptable by every moral person out there. It demonstrates that it is adoptable by every moral person out there. Give it up for Cool Papa. Quadruple 07s. Big salutes. We're getting near the very end, folks. Keep it going. Cool Papa J Magic over here. He is over on Donald Trump's YouTube channel. Who else is sick of funding anti-whiteism with our tax dollars? 600 likes from people watching Donald Trump. So normal MAGA people, 600 likes from people watching Donald Trump. I want you to think about this when the swashbuckling heroes are doing this, because you have people from a number of different spectrums of opinions on the world who are all giving their approval to our lexical and dialectical contributions. Do you realize the power? I know that these people slandering me don't. Big salutes and love for this hero. Back again, Cool Papa J Magic, this time on Misha Petrov. He writes, anti-whiteism is out of control. We've allowed this for too long, and it's on us to start putting our foot down. In Misha Petrov's audience, you know who she is. Over 1,000 people gave a like to this comment. Over 1,000. Anti-whiteism is on us to put an end to it. Anti-whiteism, taken for granted as a thing that is. Mark Collett, I'm waiting for the apology. Remember all the times you told me in private, no one would ever adopt it because it sounds so cringe. And 120 replies. Let's keep going. Here we have Cool Papa J Magic over on Freedom Tunes. Look at this. He's in here, anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, white erasure, dropping the concepts. 61 likes on that by itself from their audience. This roll up here, all to bolster the anti-white narrative. A big key concept in service to white well-being. How many people from the Freedom Tunes channel? 700, working on 700 likes from their audience. From their audience. Different ages, different viewpoints on the world, different religions or atheists or whatever. All able to agree with and adopt what we have here. Give it up for Cool Papa, a mega swashbuckler. Mega swashbuckler. The crowd is raucous. Cool Papa on King Dice. Matt is missing the point. When he says she, quote, hates humanity, she means she hates white people. I absolutely guarantee if she was asked, do you hate, and then we didn't get any more of this comment, but it's more of the swashbuckling. Matt Walsh's audience, 150 likes and climbing, 18 replies. People are engaging with the lexical, dialectical power of the work we're doing here. Give it up for Cool. Keep it going. What a hero. He's back again on King Dice. There's nothing, quote, liberal about the crowd has to take a breath, ladies and gentlemen. They're cheering so hard for our champions. It just goes on and on. There's nothing liberal. Dice obviously called them liberal. Cool Papa J Magic gets in there with the healthy, polite nudge, as we are taught to do here. There's nothing liberal about anti-whiteism. How many people from Dice's audience agreed with this? 244 said there's nothing liberal about these people. They're anti-white. How many different kind of people watch Mark Dice? That is why the strategy had to be able, you understand, to reach everyone. And it's working. And people engaging. 6 replies. Quadruple 07s for Cool Papa J Magic, rocking it out of the park. Here we have Malone LeVay. One of our heroes might otherwise be known as Eric. He's over here swashbuckling under this video. And he says Trump is the best candidate by far for the 2024 U.S. election due to being the only one who spoke to the growing anti-whiteism in the country. In this person's audience, this first edition, in this guy's audience, Malone LeVay makes this comment about anti-whiteism. Already 22 likes, 6 replies, interaction, probably people wanting to know more, probably people wanting to contend, and then he can drop more of the dialectics and lexicon. Give it up for this hero. Swashbuckling again. Swashbuckling flags for these heroes. No white guilt clips, ladies and gentlemen. Here you have one of his clips. And I swear, the guy, I got to beg him to share with me as they go to the moon. We don't catch them as often as we should. 27,000 views on this epic clip, which I know I retweeted and gave a heart to. 20, give it up for Clips, the hero, the godsend, the king. Yeah, if there's a king, if there's anybody that you're going to say is your king, it's No White Guilt Clips, all right? No one else is doing it better than no. We've got so many heroes here. Clips has done it on all these different levels. This guy, epic work. And all of these, Clips is like, he's like the duck that can run like a cheetah, fly like an eagle, or a peregrine falcon. What else? You swim like a dolphin. Give it up for this guy. We love him. Big swash. Here you have Homeless Bear. Homeless Bear is in, and this is a response to I, Hypocrite, we were just talking about. He shares this epic meme. He says, Trump has taken a side. It's time for all of MAGA to follow his lead and condemn anti-whiteness. Do you see that? Homeless Bear using the power of what we did. Do you see how this works? How the OT members, the solo actors, are doing this? Do you see how the strategy works? We have Donald Trump say anti-whiteism. We did it. And now we can use that forever as a fulcrum to generate leverage and more power for the lexical dialectical power. I, Hypocrite, where's the interview? You better invite me soon, because Fuentes won't allow you to talk to me in the future. 7,500 views on this. 7,500 views. Hundreds of likes and growing. Give it up for Homeless Bear and the swashbuckling heroism. Here we have the White Baron. He's kind of sprinkled through the celebration. Big salutes. Same guy here. Love how Trump recently addressed the growing anti-whiteism lately in the U.S. We need politicians who aren't afraid to do leveraging what we got Trump to say and making swashbuckling more, greater and greater power. I want you to focus on that. We are the community. Who did it? White Wellbeing did it. The White Baron did it, bitch. Big salutes. 24 more people in this audience, this guy's audience, agreed with that. So when it starts coming from that sector, and it comes from this sector, and it comes from that sector, and then you have all of these people out in the world who don't want to give us credit, and they're like, well, it's coming from all these different places. It couldn't be a community of you. That's what I got to say to you. It's this community. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. This community is doing it. The biggest, the brightest, the best, the leaders. And with that, I'll be right back. Wow. We could have gone on with the victories. There are more. And I apologize to the people who are swashing out there. And again, I say to you that if you are having victories, you need to let us know. You need to let me know. You need to let Biospirit of the West know, tag him. You need to let Franklin know, tag him, so that we can celebrate you as well, so that we can take the work that you're doing and showcase it so that others can follow in your steps. It's the ultimate swashbuckling that one can do. I'm going to take a look at the financial gifts. I'm going to broach the Go Free lesson of the day, because that's what it's all about. That's where these successes and these champions, I mean, it's just, we're doing so much more than anyone could have ever imagined. And the disrespect could not be a greater sin against the community doing all this. And I want to celebrate everyone there who is in the live chat elsewhere, who are celebrating those who are actually out accomplishing these achievements. And I celebrate you if you promulgate them. Follow these people, promulgate the work that they do. You don't have to do it yourself. You can just retweet, repost their work, and by so doing, become a change agent. We have changed the world. We have changed the world. We have changed the world. We did it. We changed how our victimization is discussed so that it benefits us, so that we can put an end to our victimization, so that we become a people out of a deracinated race. We did it. No popular content creator that is endlessly spouting the do's. None of that did it. Nothing else out there did this. Decades and decades and decades, and hundreds of millions, billions of dollars of conservative dollars did not do this. We did this. We did it. Give us the respect we deserve. Acknowledge the work that we're doing. End of that shit. We're going to celebrate. We'll start off with 2 financial gifts I missed on Wednesday because they came in right after. It was a short gathering on Wednesday. We begin with the great Dude Bro moment. On Wednesday, $50 financial gift came in once I had finished hour-long roll-in. And he says with those glorious 50 white well-being dollars for white well-being. Make sure this guy feels your love. 007s and crowns and gems. Make it rain gems. Rain diamonds. We also have, Stumbling, who financially gifted last week. Big celebration. I mean, I cannot salute enough Dude Bro moment. My God. He's even like, oh, he's done? Here goes $50. He could have just turned away. God bless you, Dude Bro moment. Stumbling comes in with a $5 financial gift. And he says, with that $5, well, first we'll do all of the $20 and up to celebrate. Then we'll come back to the other ones. And so we'll get the celebrations. Everybody can stick with their emojis. So we have give it up for Nat Quinn. The dear lady, Nat Quinn in the house. God bless her. $50 as well. 50. Protect the white baby dollars. Continue changing the world. Continue plowing forward against the naysayers, the do-nothings, and the me-neither females out there that just want to slander Jason. 50 of those dollars from this wonderful woman. And she says with it, to white well-being. Yeah, let that be heard in a courtroom if it ever came to it, by a jury of peers, by a judge. Let it be heard. You gave $50 to white well-being, or you gave $50 to somebody who wants to kill all the Jews or all the blacks or whatever. Very different way that people would take that. Nat, thank you so very much. We also have, on over here, another $50 from Dude Bro moment. On your feet. Show the man respect. Throw the gems at him. Throw so many gems. I want a tornado of gems and crowns. Make it tornadic, bitches. Make it tornadic for Dude Bro moment. God bless you. $50 today's financial gift for Dude Bro moment. And again, writing lovingly out of love, hope, and redemption for white well-being. Let me come over here and refresh. We'll see if we have celebration financial gifts here. And we are blank. We didn't miss anybody on Subscribe Star. On Cash App, oh my gosh. On Cash App, we have a couple of celebrations here. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Michael, who financially gifted, we'll call it 50 saluting dollars. $57. Michael, show him some love. On your feet. Throw the man some trophies. Give him some swashbuckling. How about some 96s for love for Michael? 50 saluting dollars. He says, thank you for all your hard work. He writes today with those glorious $57 over here on Cash App. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate the appreciation. God bless you. Keep it going for First Last is in the house. 100 saluting dollars from First Last in the house. Big time salutes for the hero, saying everything he wanted to say with those 100 saluting dollars. $107. God bless you, brother. We love you. Thank you so much. 100 saluting dollars. And then we've got a few from Slaughtz over here, and we're just going to go through them all because we go up into the great Slaughtz is in the house. $20 financial gift from this Herculean philosopher champion in service to white well-being. God bless you. $20. Rain down, rain down. Give him a Gatling gun of swashbuckling flags, folks. Da, 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 da. The great Slaughtz. He also financially gifts $2 more. And with these $2, he says, Barron White's pivot of Trump's words to anti-whiteism. So Slaughtz is celebrating with a financial gift, a very Slaugtzian thing to do. Barron White's pivoting, brilliant swashbuckling. Talk about whipping out the rapier. It's a sword. Ripping it out of its scabbard and then parrying and then taking that comment and making it into something positive for our people. And Slaughtz wanted to recognize it with $2. God bless you, brother. He also shows up with $2 more financial gift, the great Slaughtz, for one of Western Kind's victories. He wanted to celebrate one of Western Kind's victories with a financial gift of $2 more. Big salutes to the great Slaughtz for doing that. Very Slaugtzian, celebrating. He's not done. He's not done. Slaughtz isn't done. Make sure you're on your feet. Make sure you're on your feet and you realize how beautiful the plume, the feathered plumes that come out of this swashbuckler's hats actually are, because he financially gifts $100 here. 100 for the white well baby dollars and all their beauty, 100 of them. And he writes, do what Homeless Bear did. So he financially gifts, and he wants you to know how important it is to do what Homeless Bear did. And we celebrated it. Do what Homeless Bear did. He wanted to financially gift $100 to underscore and bold what Homeless Bear did earlier as we celebrated, and we showed you all a glorious victory by the one and only Homeless Bear, and we love him. I know I still have it here. Maybe it's still up. We can come back to it, though. God bless you. Thank you so much. The great Slaughtzian victory. And we're going to come back, and we're going to hit everybody else. We're celebrating right now, so we want to get through the celebrations, and we'll see over here and over there. There, one more place to look. Do we have any more? Okay, now we'll get to the rest of the financial gifts. And remember, thank you all for celebrating, by the way. Thank you so very much, these people. God bless Slaughtz. Extra applause, extra raucous emojis for celebrating Slaughtz, showing all that love and celebration for other people and their successes. And he wanted to drive that point home by underscoring with financial gifts. Obviously, a good guy, a great heart. And let's see. I know I got that here somewhere. Where'd it go? Maybe I pulled up the wrong file. We're going to get to your... No, here it is. It was Trump's words. It was where Trump has taken a side, wrote Homeless Bear. It's time for all of MAGA to follow his lead and condemn anti-whiteism. So every Trump supporter, you can say that. Hey, look, Trump has taken a side against anti-whiteism. He condemned it. It's time for you to condemn it. Do you support Trump? Then you have to condemn anti-whiteism. Glorious. Bam. Gotta love this community, everybody. All right, let's go back. Tag me as No White Guilt. On any of these platforms, I'm going to hit up the other financial gifts first, and then I'll get to your tags. And we will see. We're just about out of time for a Twitter space. What could we call it if we did a quick one? I think only people from this community today if I can get a Twitter space up and rolling in time. And unless Twitter wants to be a problem for me, and Twitter has been a problem for me. So it's curious. It's a curious thing. Like when you're doing, even on Twitter, all right, we'll see if it comes up or not. Rolling back to Stumbling, financially gifting $5 on Wednesday. God bless you, brother. Thank you for that. And with those $5, he writes, how do you suggest we deal with our white brothers and sisters who repeat meme pathogens, MPs, and saying things like, quote, we're doomed and it's over? I see a lot of this in white-friendly spaces, and I see it as psychic harm to our people. It absolutely is. In fact, Stumbling, I have heard numerous times, unfortunately, actually heard white people, when hearing the doom documenting, say this exact phrase. Sometimes these exact words, sometimes paraphrased a little bit, but sometimes these even exact words. We might as well kill ourselves. I've heard that numerous times. And in fact, the financial supporter of Fuentes that made him a millionaire, the young Frenchman, did kill himself after giving Fuentes $750,000 or whatever it was. So he did kill himself as a result of hearing all of the endless doom and how the victimizer has all the power in the world. How do you handle it? Well, very simple. You've got far more at your disposal than I did over all of these years. You have all of these endless victories. You can say, hey, actually, no, we're defeating it. No, literally, we're defeating it. Not some sort of a yarn. We're defeating it. Let me tell you how. Let me tell you about this strategy. Be excited when you tell them. Let me tell you about how it's working. Let me tell you about how it works. Drop these, the lexicon and dialect, the lexical legerdemain. Drop it on them. And that will turn them. Maybe not immediately, and maybe not everyone. But that's how you do it. Be the message. Share the victories. You can, and tell people. You don't have to understand exactly how it works right now. That can take some time. The fact is that it works. And I have all the confidence in the world that is continuing to work and will continue to work. All the way up to Donald Trump. So share these steps and you'll have successes. God bless you, man. We have Stumbling Back today, $5 more. Thank you for those $5. He says, hi, Jason. I see some people in white positive spaces who love doomsaying. It's worse than pessimism. They echo anti-white whites as if they are inevitable. Or I'm sorry, they echo anti-white wishes as if they are inevitable. They are unwittingly speaking our demise into being like an evil spell. I love how you put that, Stumbling. Beautiful. You put that beautifully, because that's exactly what it is. They are speaking it, self-fulfilling prophecy, an evil spell, that it is inevitable. And that is how anti-whiteism, the anti-white narrative, presents it in its fiction. And when they talk about it, think about the current commander-in-chief, the corpse-in-chief, all those years ago saying, this country is going to be a non-white country. So they are, by repeating it, speaking it into reality. And so the same exact thing that I recommended for your previous comment on Wednesday, you can use here. Don't allow a white positive space to be poisoned by pessimism, by doomsaying, by doom documenting. Don't allow that. Come in and point it out and talk about our victories, our successes. God bless you, man. Oh, and then you actually ask, how do we combat this? Just like that. That's how you combat it. Talk about the victories. Show the evidence. You got to tell people, though, hey, you got to give up this bullshit. You got to give up this bullshit of doom documenting. You got to stop being white negative. You got to stop centering non-white races. You got to stop being a selfish individualist. It won't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Never has. Stop speaking for your victimizer. I am looking forward to the successes you have in these circles. And another great proof, ladies and gentlemen, of the work that we do here in the white positive sphere and how it works and our assessment of white sympathetic environments fail and why they fail is accurate. You see the substance of it. I've seen the substance of it for decades. Spartan is with us. $15 financial gift. Thank you so much for those $15, Spartan. Spartan writes, for white well-being. God bless you. I appreciate that. $15 from Spartan. All right. Don't think we missed anybody on entropy at the moment. Let me know. Tag me as no white guilt if we have. Let me come over to the comments. I'll open those on Twitter. I'll turn around here and I'll look. There are, let's see, on Rumble. Whoa, we got some financial gifts on Rumble from Slaughtz. $1 financial gift from Slaughtz says, amen to your indignation against these anti-white, selfish individualists. Thank you so much, brother. And another $1 from Slaughtz. Did you see CNN used non-white? It's in your Twitter DM. Oh, I did not see that. We'll have to. They use non-white. Yeah, I mean, I told all these old timers, thank you for that. I told all these people for years and years and years that we can get them using our language. I told them how. It's like I've talked about with you. And they all said, no, you can't do it. No. You don't have billions. You don't look like a little administrative type that could easily get or potentially get elected to office. So we're not going to listen to you. Thank you, good brother. That's over on Rumble. On D Live, we got a new follower. Hello and welcome. Thank you for being here. We got a ice cream cone from Spartan over there. Maybe 2 today. Depends on when they came in. From Spartan. Thank you so much. And let's see on Odyssey what we have. We have History and Truth. Nope, none today, it looks like. Let me refresh to make sure. And we'll see if that indeed is the case. Okay, no financial gifts there. I'm going to look at your tags right now. Oh, no, I got to go back. I got some more on Cash App. Yiz the Unifier, financially gifting today. Thank you so much, Yiz, Force of Nature. She says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being, a $5 financial gift. Thank you. Thank you so much, good sister. I'll refresh there as well. And on Subscribe Star. Over here on Cash App, we have Western Kind United financially gifting $3. Thank you so much, brother. Western Kind United, $3, saying everything he had to say with those $3. Those 3 end the anti-whiteism dollars. All right, good. We didn't miss anybody. And we have AOC is here. Jason is looking very sharp in his Sunday finery. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Maiden DE is here. Deutschland, hello and welcome. Good to see you. Jay Bishop is in the house. Hello and welcome. Janice is here. Good to see you. Nameless One. There's Stumbling. There's Franklin. And I'll scroll through the crowd. June is with us. Great to see you, sister. Cindy Ben is here. Hello and welcome. There is Dean Danger. Brent Danger. All right. Let's see. All right, we're gonna get a Twitter space up just to do one. I don't know if anybody comes on if anybody from this community jumps on the Twitter space, you have to speak quickly because we are almost out of time. But that's fine. I want to give people an opportunity at least and have it up and running. Anti-whites out is here. What do you all think? And I do want to mention there is no mail in the mail bag. I do want to mention that there is no mail in the mailbag today. So skipping that. The Go Free lesson and there are no announcements, so we're skipping that. The Go Free lesson of the day is this. A people is a shared well-being born out of a shared biospirit. That came out of just some notes I was taking last week. And when it came to what Fuentes is doing and his claim that there is this responsibility on behalf of Israeli Jews for a psychological operation that's actually not even happening anywhere. Changing the conversation on college campuses from one of pro-Palestine, anti-Israeli, anti-Zionist to anti-American, pro-American. Not happening anywhere. Evidence he showed was of Jewish people waving Israeli flags, and everywhere they were interviewed, they said that they loved Israel. They were doing it for Jews. So at no point is what he's claiming even happening, much less could there be a psychological operation causing it to happen. Nonsense. So we talked about this briefly. A shared well-being, a people is a shared well-being born out of a shared biospirit. And God, I just can't wait to hear more people tell me that the concept biospirit is cringe. No one will ever use it. How many concepts do I have to be told that on and to be right? And then because the white race is full of so many classless pieces of shit, they don't come back and say, well, I'm sorry. You were right, Jason. It did work. Maybe I should heed what you have to say. Stumbling says, amen, brother, 07. Another thing that I find so amusing, especially getting slandered, I'm elated that I was selected by feminists within the white sympathetic sphere. And folks, be aware that they're here. There are feminists in the white sympathetic sphere. Feminism is a subset of anti-whiteism, the superset. It doesn't exist without anti-whiteism. But they use concern trolling and slandering and lying about men, and they celebrate men who are servile to women. So if you see a guy being servile or sycophantic to females, that will be the guy that they will laud as some great hero. They want that person elevated for the obvious reason that they elevate women as superior by way of the euphemisms of treating them fairly, treating them justly, treating them the way we historically treated them. It's all kind of bullshit like that. These abject losers, these abject simps. So white sympathetic sphere, the pro-white dissident community, you can go on and on, whether they're practicing one of the versions of Christianity or any of the versions of paganism, or even atheists, or if they're Nazi LARPing, there are feminists. They're here because white females are shoved out of anti-whiteism increasingly, and they're looking for new pastures to dominate and to continue the domination and the power that females enjoy by way of anti-whiteism in the West. So a couple of these angry, bitter, ugly, hateful feminists, anti-whites, decided to list the female, the woman haters in the white sympathetic sphere. And so they decided to crown yours truly. I was at the very top of the list, even ahead of the exiguous Fuentes, but ahead of Andrew Tate and so many others. Isn't that something? So I celebrated that. Naturally. here we have, well, I guess I'll point out first, women who deserve to be criticized should be criticized. Women are not angels. Women are not designed to rule over men in the West. So we're not going to tolerate it. Truth, reality, fact. Having said that, in this community, me personally, I laud and elevate and celebrate women of the West. In fact, not only do I do that, I was the only content creator on the internet, as far as I could find, that lauded that female district attorney who did the right thing in upstate New York. The only one. But misogynist, the MP, he hates women. That is the concept wielded by anti-whites. So be on the lookout for these. You know, it just so happens that this community is half female. So really what it comes down to it is that these anti-white feminists in the white sympathetic sphere, they hate me the most because I turn them on the most. That's why they hate me the most. I don't have the reach that Fuentes has. I don't have the reach that Andrew Tate, an actual pornographer. He wasn't listed at the top. No, I was. So, and you know, they an actual pornographer exploiting women and Fuentes hating on women out of the very typical homosexual hatred of women that you see from some guys who are attracted to guys. That doesn't rank top. That doesn't anger them the most. No, my reach with this community, just infinitesimal compared to the reach of those two and the other communities that are listed. I am the one listed first. Why is that? Because I turn them on the most. Tate ain't going to get them going genetically. And Fuentes sure as shit is not going to get a woman going genetically. I mean, seriously. It's me. And so that's why they hate me the most, because I won't submit. So maybe I can say legitimately, suck it, ladies. Or actually, better yet, don't. You're not wanted. You're not liked. You're a me neither. Hyperborean Dream is here. Cool Papa J Magic is in the house. Looks like we have a request for mic. If you are a member of the community, you will be given the mic. If you are a stranger to me, you will not be given the mic, at least today. And Anti-Whiteism Ends With You says, do you take checks or money orders? Of course. For a financial gift, my address, if you go to knowwhyguilt.org, click on the financial gift tab, you'll see a snail mail address along with cryptocurrency addresses. Thank you very much for that question. I've been asked that kind of thing a bunch of times. And I don't think any time that I was asked it, that I then ended up receiving something as a result. But just, you know, for the SRI that might be listening and watching, great biospirit of the West is here. Just use the mirror for the audio there. Just use the mirror. Biospirit of the West. Champion in the house. Champion in the house. Hero. Now, who else do we have here? First Last. Massive hero. Strolling along. Yeah, we have actual women of the West. These will be, women of the West will be, and you notice here, like in Fuentes' community, for example, women only have one purpose, and that is just to produce children. He literally says this. And then you'll still have female content creators that are going to go to his conference and speak and support him and ignore everybody that he wants them to ignore. And you can imagine who their names are. You'll see them, and they'll still support that. Why? Because it benefits them financially, sexually, etc. to do so. But in this community, we pointed how many times I still got a video up about like the role of women. And I talk about all of the different things and how a woman can be a thinker. It's rare. Women can be artists. Women can be, and we want to elevate the best of our community. But I personally think that even though there's going to be wonderful women out there that end up doing some thinking or doctoring or medicine or whatever it might be, the most powerful hand is the one that rocks the cradle of the future men of the West. That's the most important job. So every great man of the West was reared by a great woman of the West and a great man of the West. At minimum, that's how he became what he was and then made the footprint there is for Western kind on planet Earth. Azimuth Clark is with us. Great to see you, champion. Stumbling says the comments were essentially the same from Wednesday and today. We have Vulture is with us. Vulture something. Hello and welcome. Lucky Strike. I told you about a little victory earlier, but it probably got lost in the sea of messages. What you could write it again and tag me again. Yeah, I did miss it. And I'm going to check the mic here in just a minute. Corey is here. Welcome, welcome. Brothers and sisters. We're going to have a glorious week coming up of more hundreds of thousands of people being reached, people being pivoted, more importantly, from using the destructive concepts that the anti-white psychological warfare operators have given the population, being pivoted to the concepts and dialectics that empower them personally and our people collectively. First Last says something nice to something, and he couldn't have said it better himself. I don't know what I said, but thank you, good brother. Timmy is here. Wonderful to see you. Carlisle Cockatoo is in the house. Hello, everyone at the gym, she says. Well, hello, young lady. Be good at the gym. Don't hurt yourself. Be good. Who else do we have here? Did I miss another tag? I thought there was another tag. Anti-whiteism, here it is, ends with you, says, is the version of Go Free, Born Guilty, etc. on YouTube site the latest? On YouTube? You mean the link in the description on Amazon? Yeah, it'll be the latest on Amazon and on nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com if you want a signed version. Okay, let's move over. Let's see who wants the mic. Oh my gosh, it is the great Slaughtz. Let's bring him on.
Hello, brother.
There he is. God bless you, champion. Great to have you here. What's on your mind?
Before I forget, I wanted to say I really like Tumbling's concept of anti-white wishes. That was really nice.
Yeah.
To describe all the superstitions, especially the repeating of the anti-white superstitions and anti-white narrative. It's really a great concept. Another thing, more administrative, I cannot comment on YouTube still. It's a problem. For the chat anyway. I can comment under the videos, but just that's why I'm not showing up in YouTube chat, and I was on Rumble. But other than that, I was actually going to say what you said earlier about why you were at the top of the list.
Oh, well, no, say it again in the way you would say it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, be my guest.
I said, well, the reason you're at the top because you don't have the reach that Tate does or Fuentes does, or the so-called street clout. That the reason they're up there is because they keep looking at you.
Yeah, true. True. I feel like that's got to be it. But no, go ahead.
I had responded to that post about that lady, whoever she is. Is she the old crone? that posted that?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I missed the first half because I was shopping, but I'll watch it later. But I responded to her post about listing you at the top, and she said the way she worded it reveals quite a lot.
Yeah.
It says the short list promoting anti-white women toxicity. Toxicity is an MP from anti-whites.
Yep.
And you can just tell it's embedded in her language, in her thought. But the other thing I want to point out is that she says anti-white women. And you like this on Twitter, but it's partitioning our race by gender. It's creating a partitional community of just dividing us in this partitioning, and saying that it's anti-white women is the focus. It's saying that it's not anti-white, it's anti-white women. And I wanted to mention, she refuses to call you anti-white alone because she believes and relies on the anti-white narrative that says white men are dangerous.
Yes. Very astute observation.
Yeah, so she thinks she needs to be the leader of what men do so that they don't disrupt any comfort that they have. In that white men, although white men of the West and women of the West are content with acquiring what they need for white well-being. So whether there's an anti-white or not, so if it's uncomfortable, well, men of the West are going to do it anyway to make sure that we have white well-being. So we don't need this partitioning of what's comfortable for women and comfortable for men. We just need what's good for white well-being. And if they want to argue about whether or not you're anti-white, that's great. If they started to make that argument about you being anti-white or not, that would be luscious, luxurious.
Yes,
it would be great, because then you could actually get into substantive arguments and really beat them down with it. But they don't do that. They partition. They use the anti-white narrative in the partitioning of white people to try and go around, skirt that conflict of having to say that you're anti-white.
Yeah, very astute point. Very well said. You're exactly right. And that would be a fine conversation to have indeed. Yeah, but they're inside the anti-white narrative. Their recourse is to the concepts of the anti-whites and demonstrating everything we need to know about them. And on top of that, the fact that they keep watching and they keep talking about me, even though our community, I guess they're able to observe that we are the only community making a difference in the world. We're the only community actually changing the world beyond the limits of our community. Aside from that, clearly it's that they can't get enough of yours truly and the masculinity that genetically they're drawn toward. They can't have it, and they also can't control it. And so therefore it becomes this hatred, slandering, bad jacketing, just the worst of the worst character traits manifested in these females. So yeah, we're going to have in this community, we're going to continue to have, and there's never been, again, I've been here for decades. You've never seen a female audience like this combating the victimization of our people. Never. And there are a bunch of reasons for it, but they can go ahead and stand on the sidelines and slander a guy who's dedicated his life, and thereby through me, all of you. So slander me and therefore all of you, and all the good that we've done for white people and are doing for white people, and putting it into this victimization. They are the worst of the anti-whites. And the reality is, and it does need to be recorded for history somewhere, that our biggest challenge in this community, the white positive community, to promulgating me and the message and the concepts, the practice, the stratagem is not anti-whites. It's white sympathetics. It's white sympathetics like these females. It's white sympathetics like the J-Spurgs that they don't want to allow people to end the victimization of white people without harming Jews. They don't want to allow people to end the victimization of white people without harming blacks, because those are the things that are important to them, not ending our victimization. So that's why they show up with such vehemence. That's why they show up with such rage and attacks, is because they're about to witness the ending of the victimization of white people on greater and greater scales without being able to harm Jews, without being able to harm blacks.
Yeah, they're race rusers. They use our race as a shield for their selfish individualism.
Very well said. Exactly. That's all it is. A shield, an excuse. It's the same way that like Fuentes uses Catholicism as a shield and a defense, and also for Catholic networks and Catholic money. So that's a lot of his boon comes by way of that economic decision, which is what it is, because he does not represent a good Catholic person, as any good Catholic person that I've ever met. In most ways, I mean, for God's sakes, he attended some sort of spiritual ceremony where they were summoning demons or ghosts with Kanye West during Kanye West's birthday. And he attended that. And he was there when Kanye West put the crucifix on his girlfriend's ass during this seance. They were summoning demons into people. So that doesn't strike me as a good. He stayed for it because it's an economic decision to be associated with Kanye West, which, by the way, if you don't know, he got into connection with Kanye West by way of a homosexual network. So homosexual guys attracted, and they find their identity in their attraction to other males. It was through one of those networks that he was able to contact Kanye West. So here you have a guy who is using a Catholic network and a homosexual network for economic decisions and to enrich and empower himself. And then you have people show up with the work that we're doing all on the up and up, showing up saying, well, you disproved something that Fuentes said that was ridiculous. Well, he's my king. Okay. Yeah, you're going to go far with that. Let me see if I have any other comments here. I see Carlisle talking about being a 90s baby. And Bass is with us. And anybody else new in the live chat? I think what we'll do, Slaughtz, with you is I have made you an approved user and twice. So the fact that you can't comment in the live chat is insane. I think maybe what we'll do is I will give you the power of a moderator and let you comment and then take it away and see if you're able to continue to chat again in the live chat. Maybe we'll do that after the stream today.
Alrighty.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy the games that the anti-whites at YouTube play. We had the issue Wednesday before last with our roll-in exactly. But I don't know if I said anything that you...
well, it's crazy. What the YouTube thing is, it's crazy that they deleted your own comment under your own freaking video.
Oh, that's right. Folks, yeah, that's right. I responded to Slaughtz telling him in that response that I had given him, again, the permission of an official user on my channel. And YouTube censored that so Slaughtz couldn't see it.
It was actually a different comment.
Oh,
it was
a
under,
different one?
under an AntNet, and I took a picture of it. And
Oh, okay.
I sorted by the newest first, which is where they sometimes censor comments and they let them hang out. And even under that, your comment was disappeared under your own video, and it was just ridiculous.
Yeah. We have to face that sort of skullduggery with the anti-whites, and then also have to deal with the expected challenge of people being unfamiliar with getting out of a narrative that they've been in their whole life. So that's a challenge in and of itself. But what's making that challenge so much more difficult are all of these absolute mutts of human beings out there that are slandering me and slandering this community with total bullshit, made up bullshit, to prevent people from heeding what we have to say, because they're fearful that Jews won't get hurt when we make it immoral to victimize white people, when we bring an end to the victimization of white people. They're afraid that blacks won't get hurt in time for us putting an end to the victimization of white people. They're disgusting people. Cool Papa J Magic says, tell Slaughtz we miss him in the live chat. Absolutely, brother. Let's see. Lucky Strike says, I asked if he knows no white guilt. Oh, there's the one before that. Okay. Let's see. Timmy says, thank you, sir. A great and passionate stream as always. You're most welcome. So Lucky said he asked at this point, pretty much. I don't know who the he is, though. Maybe you didn't tag me in that part. Then you say, I asked if he knows. He says he does. I could tell he doesn't practice Go Free. I asked him if he read Go Free. He said he doesn't. I only got to speak briefly. Oh, so you were on somebody's... you called him on somebody's show, it sounds like. It says also because he was clocking into work. Okay, so somebody at work knows about us that you spoke with. Okay, cool. You've introduced us. That's fantastic. Okay, a coworker was listening to some news report calling Marjorie Taylor Greene the R word. I said, when people call me the R word, I tell them that's an anti-white slur, and I call them out. He said, at this point, pretty much. Ah, okay, good. Well done. Nice swash at work. Yes. Well done. I love it. Cactus Jack says, I love your passion. You're a legend, Jason. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I couldn't imagine having, intentionally choosing some passionless, exiguous, farcical character as king, as my king. I mean, what does anybody even say that? That's the cringiest thing I've ever heard. And I don't even like using the word cringe. I can't even imagine saying, this person is my king. I salute this king. He's my king. Come on. How juvenile.
Amen, brother.
I mean, seriously, you might have seen these people showing up and writing, Fuentes is my king. Nick Fuentes is my king. I mean,
I laugh because I also don't like using the word cringe at all, because it's like a little girl. It's really a feminine appeal to social morality.
Yes.
Whenever you use the word cringe, and it's just it's cringe itself when you use.
I know it is cringe itself to even use the word cringe, but it's so true. It so applies for these boy groypers and their boy groyping to show up and say Fuentes is my king. And also on top of that, the ones showing up using anti-white slurs like white trash, for those who object to anything that Fuentes says. So I'm not backing down.
Yeah, that's deplorable and anti-white. So
yeah,
I wouldn't hesitate just calling them anti-white at that point.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right, let me see what else we have. We have reached the bottom of the hour, so we're gonna be signing off here in a moment, folks. But do you have any final thoughts you want to share, brother?
So I have one last thought, which is earlier in the stream you had said about naming names about all the people who had talked about the terminology being unpalatable to others or cringe. I wanted to say that I, as well, you know, when I initially encountered Going Free, I was like, I had the same interaction with the lexicon as they did. But I realized I didn't have a good reason for it. So my ability to think took over the emoting of, well, that's, you know, that just doesn't feel good to say. It feels like I'm not going to get a lot of money with that or something. But
exactly.
I wanted to speak to the you naming names, which is my first thought when you had said that was, what do you have to hide? Because you don't hide anything when you're on your stream. You're more open about everything that you say and everything that happens than I think is reasonable, frankly, most of the time. And so if you start naming names, I'm thinking, well, what kind of dirt are they going to dig up on you? Bullshit, nothing.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
exactly. Well, I appreciate it, brother. God bless you. God bless you. Yeah, I mean, we are. I have because of who I am, I have kept certain things secret, not because of who those people are. Like particularly, for example, at the Wednesday off the record meetings while I worked on the Hill, I'm not going to say anything there that was intended to be kept secret until the people have passed on. But and a few more of them are close, so more can be revealed about that. But and how they actually think, which will be good for people in the world to find out.
I understand it's your noble character that says you just don't want to go around spreading dirt or anything. So
right. Yeah, I mean but I think also since so many of these people that have objected to white well-being, these concepts, the stratagem itself, since they haven't, despite our successes, they haven't come around. They're acting, if anything, I guess, like they never objected. They never, and Jason didn't do it, and it came from somebody else. I mean, it's the worst character traits that you could imagine to be exhibited by a person are coming out of so many people that I respected, I thought were friends, I thought were colleagues. And so I'm going to keep pushing though, and maybe I will reveal more and more on these wretched people, unless they want to step up maybe and apologize and speak the truth about me and the effort to create and push the Go Free lexicon. I don't know. We'll see.
Sorry, one last thing.
Yeah.
I just want to recognize that I understand the reason why you would want to speak up, and it's because if we let negatives, ant-nats, white negatives, anti-white, selfish individualists live it up while they demean the work we're doing, that's hurting our people. It's hurting our vulnerable. So I totally understand.
Yeah. I without question, I got a lot. I got stuff I can share about folks that'll, I mean, in truth, that people can then go and investigate. Got daughter of Eve here as we're getting ready to wrap up on this glorious gathering in service to white well-being, and she says, "Jason for supreme leader." I agree. That's fantastic. Thank you for that endorsement. I don't see any other tags. I had, looks like Robot Devil didn't tag me, but was asking what I do for work and this sort of thing. And that's the kind of thing that we don't share, as you know, because anti-whites love to destroy anyone who is in opposition, anyone who is not anti-white enough. So thank you for the question, though. And then I think you're asking, Robot Devil, also asking about any arrests that I may have suffered, but no, I'm not going to be. I mean, I did mention that before that when I was a juvenile, a police officer beat me up and arrested me for riding a dirt bike. But that's about all I've shared. Looks like anti-whiteism ends with you, says Jason. I have an interview, an IA interview. If you would like to talk later, tonight or tomorrow. Tonight wouldn't work. Maybe tomorrow. I'll DM you on advice on handling anti-white accusations at an interview. Okay. Alex is here. Great to see you. Let me make sure we didn't miss anybody on Cash App or any other financial gifting opportunities. Looks like, no, we're good. We missed everybody. Jason works for the work at work. Yes, so true. Says first last. Over here, looks like, okay, didn't miss anybody there, and I don't see any tags on Odyssey. D Live, no tags. And let's see on Rumble, any tags? Nope. I don't see any tags over there either. YouTube or Twitter under the stream. Looks like nope, nobody has posted under the stream. And then there are no more Twitter comments over here. So good, we hit everything. I'll be back on Wednesday unless something changes. And we will continue to press on with all the force and might that men and women of the West can bring to bear. And we will continue winning. And we will continue knocking down the opposition, whether it's anti-white or anti-whites who are in the white sympathetic sphere, who they themselves need to be knocked down, preferably with a gigantic metaphorical baseball bat. Until then, I love you all. Big salutes. Let's go free.